That's never happened to me before, I promise
I
you.
want that one.
Oh, and did you see, I changed your MLS ID
Yeah,
again? Okay,
yeah, my listing's in there now too. Thank you.
okay, good. All right, awesome. So who's taken this class before besides Michael? I know Michael's taken it, Devin's taken most of it, and you've taken all of it or most of it? Okay, okay, good. So of course, we're starting it from scratch. It's the same material. Like I said, we are gonna add some of the script practice and role play. And then we are gonna add, like I said, the daily success systems to help us get business. If you follow those daily success systems, you will get business. I promise you. And as Michael's pointed out several times, probably in post, if you haven't seen it, this is a great precursor to Bold. And we're going to take Bold in October is the plan. And if you have any questions about it, ask my wife. She went to the Bold class that we had in family reunion, and Jennifer Duff, and they are absolutely super excited to take Bold because of the changes. It's been completely rewritten. Gary was involved in writing it this time, and he wasn't before. So it's going to be a great class. All right, so we're all right. $10 fine for the first one. Second one's 100. This is not our Ignite calendar. So going through Ignite, like the first four sections are the be a real estate expert of choice. We're going to go through the first three today. The second group is going to be lead generation. That's sessions 5 through 9. Then lead follow-up, which is sessions 10 through 13. And then the transaction, which are sessions 14 through 20. So by the end of Ignite, you're going to be able to be on a path to be a real estate expert of choice. And of course, I will always say that's if you follow it. You know, we can show you, we can tell you, but at the end of the day, you've got to do. Does that make sense? Which I believe all of you will. I believe all of you. So we're going to be able to create a robust value proposition for your business, which is a why would I work with David? David would be able to articulate why somebody would want to work with me as a real estate agent. We're going to develop a lead generation systems. This is throughout entire Ignite, not today. We're going to use the lead generation model that comes from the MREA, and we'll also throw in there some a little bit more modern things because the MREA does not talk about social media if you've ever read it. If you haven't read the MREA, I would highly recommend it, and I will get you a copy. I know you don't have it. David, do you have a copy? I get David a copy. Brian? Okay. Manuel, do you have a copy of the MREA? Okay. What? Is it?
Yes.
Did they talk about that at family reunion? I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah. When I went to the notebook that goes with it, they said you might want to hold off because the new versions coming out.
They haven't said that for 10 years.
Yeah. Well, there
Yes.
was now
Yes.
there's a new version of the MREA playbook. There's a version 2 of that. But Gary went to rewrite the MREA, and when he sent out the information like he did for the first one, everything came back the same.
Yeah, from my understanding, they're not gonna, they decided that it's not worth it. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
gonna change. Just go ahead and advertise the newspaper.
Yeah. Translate newspaper to social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got the millionaire, we've got that second version of that book at home. Yeah, we do. We do. Okay, our goals are to end Ignite with appointments. And that's one thing at family reunion, Gary really pushed this year is that this year's motto should be appointments. Lead generate to get appointments. Because essentially, if you look at it statistically, half of your appointments will close. Does that make sense? Because by the time if they agree to work with you, they still may not close at the end of the day. They may move on to change their mind. They may, as a buyer, decide to buy a car while they're under contract, and it's going to fall out of contract. Or they may decide not to work with you. There's many reasons why they won't close. But as you get better in your conversations, that percentage will increase. that make sense? And that's our goal, is to get, just to continually work to where your percentage goes from 50% to 60% to 70% and forward. So, but our goals right now are to set appointments. If you can get into the room, you've got a great head start. 75% of all buyers only interview one agent. 81% of all sellers only interview one agent. So if you get in the room, you got a great advantage. And those are brand new stats. They just show those at family reunion. All right, so you can see the first 4 sections, spark your career, which is what we're doing today. And we're also going to do embrace your job and connect with the market today, I think. Yes, doing whatever I'm told today. When you all are done with your paperwork, with anyone can do it. Not everyone will. Will you? There's a crazy stat going around. How many people seen it on Facebook that 71% of all realtors had 0 closings? Okay, that is not true. That's a Redfin stat. That's not an NAR stat. But 47% of the realtors had 0 closings. That is an R stat. But to say that, in 2024, we had the lowest national sales that we've had in 29 years. But the people that work were very successful. Because I look at our top 2 teams, which is the R group, Angie Ricolta. She had a 50% boost in volume last year. The Farrell group had a 33% boost in units sold last year. Okay, so if you work, you will get the business. The reason why you're hearing all those scary stats is because there's a lot of realtors out there that aren't looking to get business. Does that make sense? They're not out there working, right? So if you're Jared, it's the guy that stands under the canopy at the car lot all the time, waiting for somebody to walk to him, right? Right. That's not what you want, is it? But you probably had half of your guys were that guy, weren't they? Yeah. We talked about that. Jared used to be a sales manager at a car dealership. So we don't want to be the half at the bottom. We want to be the half at the top, right? And your goals may be different. I don't expect all of you to sell $70 million in real estate, but I want you to reach your goals. So if there's ever a time you're struggling, reach out to Brian, reach out to me. We'll be glad to help you with anything you need. Okay, don't get in that rut. So we have 6 personal perspectives. This should be in your guide. So the key to success and abundance is the 6 personal perspectives. These are ways successful people who've come before us think and approach problems and challenges. It's a mindset of success. These all come from Gary Keller's research successful people in all fields and asking the question, what is it that differentiates those who achieve at the highest level from those who don't seem to accomplish as much? So Gary was asking people those questions and they came up with these 6 personal perspectives. Embracing and committing to all 6 will help you achieve success in life and in business. So committing to self-mastery. Now, self-mastery, of course, is mastering an activity. When you commit to achieving self-mastery, as you see on here, 1, you got to know your goals, right? You got to know what you want to do. If you don't know what that is, again, sit down with me, sit down with Brian, we'll find out what your goals are. Because everybody has a different why, right? There's a different reason why you want to make money. Everybody has a different amount of money they need, want to make, which are 2 different things. Need this much, want this much, right? But you need to know your goals so you can work toward your goals. Know your strengths and weaknesses. And I would say knowing your weaknesses is probably the best thing that you can do. You've got to be able to improve on your weaknesses while relying on your strengths. But if you're not willing to admit your weaknesses to yourself, you're going to struggle a little bit. Know how to work with both your strengths and weaknesses to seek and master the necessary knowledge and skills and habits to reach your goals. So throughout Ignite, we're gonna be acquiring these skills and developing habits to be successful and moving towards self-mastery. So I'm gonna ask a question. Are you committed to self-mastery? Anybody gonna say no? I'm not committed to self-mastery. Are we committed to self-mastery? Michael is committed. We have one. That's good. That's all it takes. It starts with one. See, I really don't, I really think everybody in here is committed to self-mastery, or you wouldn't be in here. Right? And I appreciate all of you coming, by the way. And if I get too boring, let me know. I'll tell the joke. And it won't be a good one, I promise. Right, Devin? She already laughed. See, that's how funny my jokes are, guys. Right there. I don't even have to say it. She's already rolling. So the second personal perspective is to commit to the 80-20 principle. So who's heard of the 80-20 principle? Yeah. Understand what it is. Yeah, the idea is that 20% of your actions lead to 80% of your results. And it may be the most powerful principle that you can apply to your life. I like to look at the references like how it's not just in business, it's in every part of life, right? Because I know as a guy, I wear 20% of my closet 80% of the time. Right? Shh. It's gonna be bad. She's in here. She's gonna call me out and all kinds of stuff. But we have to understand what our 20% is, so we can focus on that to achieve our 80%. And when we know our 20%, we don't get caught in the weeds, which is the 80%, right? Yes, sir. Absolutely, 100%. And to find that down anymore, even more, 1% of the realtors in the country did 17% of the business in the country. So yeah, it's definitely there. Yeah. So you'll sometimes hear that the 20% activity is described as your big rocks. You'll hear us talk about that. And that's from the book, The One Thing, which I highly recommend. The One Thing of Jay Papasan and Gary Keller. So what would you guess is the most dollar productive activity of a real estate agent? What? Lead generation. What's that? Communication. That's a very important. I agree. But the number one most, lead generation. And I would even fine tune that to prospecting. Because as we get deeper into this, you're going to see that lead generation is prospecting and marketing. Prospecting is one-to-one conversations. Marketing is casting that net. You need to do both, but prospecting is your most productive type of lead generation. Thank you. At Ignite, we're going to identify your 20% for you. Your dollar productive activity, as Devin pointed out, and I'm sure you all know, is lead generation. When you commit to this, you will make more money. Have more time with your family, and be more organized. Sounds awful, but make more money and get to spend time with your family. Jared's already liking that. No, I'm gonna pick on him a little bit because he had to work every Saturday as a sales manager. He'd love to be able to take weekends off. I know it. Say it. All right, number 3, move from E to P is the third perspective. E being entrepreneurial to P being purposeful. All of us can attain a certain level of success utilizing natural abilities. We can also expect to hit a ceiling at some point. If we just rely on our natural abilities, we will hit a ceiling. So let's say as a kid, you got really good at doing cartwheels and flips. Having that natural ability allows you to perform in a circus? No. Most likely answer is no, because you would need to practice and work with a coach for some time before you could perform in a circus. We all hit ceilings of achievement by relying on our natural abilities alone. And the way you break through a ceiling of achievement is to get purposeful. which another good word for purposeful will be focused. You want to narrow your focus. Does anyone have an example of a time when they reached the ceiling of achievement? Ever, in anything? And Zoomers, y'all are open to talk to when I ask these questions. Don't wait. Has anyone ever hit a ceiling of achievement? Devin?
Massage business, you can only go so far by yourself. But we create a situation of your clients can only depend on you. Then you work yourself to death. It took me working with Ben, watching what he does in order to realize I had to bring somebody else in and the business software.
So for Zoom, if you couldn't hear, Devin was, of course, a massage therapist for probably about 63 years.
Okay, that later.
18 years, she was a massage therapist. And she learned that she can't be the only one that people rely on. So she was hitting the ceiling because she was everything to everybody in her clientele. But when she learned to bring somebody else on, it helped release some of the pressure for her. And she still got to make the money she wanted and needed to make. So and had time for family. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, because her husband was yelling at her. She told me that. I didn't know that. But it's not true. Oh, we got a chat. Oh. And that was the last Ignite class Devin ever attended. Anybody else hit a ceiling in any business or anything really that you've ever been in? Yeah, Jared? Yeah.
Kind of reached the point of organization where the organization wasn't big enough. So it's kind of like side of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I held on to that position probably for 20 years. And that's not what I wanted to do.
There you go. Okay, perfect. So again, Jared, I'm only repeating it because of the HVAC's on right now. So if you can't hear on Zoom, Jared, of course, he's a sales manager for 17 years. Am I right when I say that? He had a ceiling there because the business he was with, he did not have the capability to grow bigger for him. And he wants a bigger business and a bigger life for his family. So he made the decision to step down so he could get a bigger life. So he's going to be more purposeful about real estate. Well, I think you're also helping with your dad's business. Is that true also? Yep. Yeah. So perfect. Thank you all for that. So many people left a salaried job for a career in business and real estate, say that they hit a ceiling in how far they were promoted or how much they were paid. High achievers are always looking for a purposeful way. By doing this, they break through the ceiling of their natural behavior. Would you like to achieve success and break through that ceiling? And I guess you'd ask yourself, how do you break through that ceiling? What are ways to break through that ceiling? What's that?
Bigger goals.
Bigger goals. Yep. I would say a coach. Right? Who's the greatest basketball player ever? There's only one correct answer. Michael Jordan. David doesn't know. Okay. So how many coaches did Michael Jordan have? When he finished, he had one. Yeah, he had one coach. Well, plus his head coach and the coaches on the team. But as an individual, the greatest basketball player in the world had a coach that he liked. And he looked at him, and you all know the story if you're in basketball, the ones that don't. He said, because he had other clients, his coach had other clients. And he looked at that coach and said, how big of a check do I have to write to make me your only client and you travel with me? And the guy said X, and Michael Jordan went, shh, and the guy fired all his other clients. Who was that guy's next client? Kobe Bryant. Two pretty good ball players. But you think the greatest at their profession all have coaches. Tiger Woods, when he was the greatest golfer at the time, had 5 coaches. Gary Keller has 4 coaches right now. People have coaches to get them to the next level. And then you may need another coach to get you to the next level after that. Does that make sense? The same coach may not be the one to break through the next ceiling. But you need somebody there to help you get to that next level. So if you're not in any type of coaching, I highly recommend it.
We want to get staff, get ready to do maps coaching, get done maps coaching. We want to get them a break, I'll get back. So. And I don't. So. So you're doing good. Pull your feet. Yeah, that's. So far, it's seen career post 60,000.
Yeah, so Emmanuel was talking about MAPS coaching. He got into MAPS. There's actually 2 types of MAPS coaching now. There's fast track, which is 2 sessions a month for $450, or the one Emmanuel is in, which is 4 sessions a month for $1,000. Right. And to Emmanuel's point, they keep you on track. They have an extremely high level of accountability. That when you have your session, they don't just ask you the question, you answer the question. They're going to want to see proof. Like hey, let me see your P&Ls. Hey, let me see this. You got to send them your calendar. You got to send them things. And they're going to go, why is this not here? Great job on this. And they're going to tailor it to your goals and what you want. They're not, as he put, cookie cutter, right? They don't just, it's not just they have one system and it's the only way you're going to do it. There is a system and they tailor it to your business. Am I fair in saying that, Emmanuel? Yeah.
There'd be a diet. For example, specialize in best. So sign up. Special.
Yeah, and what he pointed out is they do an interview process with you to make sure they put you with the proper coach that fits your business and who you are. And I will add, you want to make sure you're getting a 3 or 4 to 1 return on anything actually you pay for in business, period, but definitely from your coach. If you pay for a coach, you want to get a 3 to 4 to 1 return on that investment. So as Emmanuel pointed out, if you're paying $1,000 a month, that'd be $12,000 a year. You should earn 36,000 to 48,000 directly from that coaching. Does that make sense? So definitely, if you decide when you're hiring a coach, make sure that coach is getting you the return you need.
At what point in time, feel like it's necessary? Obviously, it's probably additional. What time, it's necessary to start getting that serious. Hire a coach.
Oh, for a coach? Or are you getting back in with Brian? Are you start, yeah, well, I would do that first. Let's get you back in the swing of things for real estate.
Right.
And then after that, I would probably, after your 5 deals, or 10, whatever you're comfortable with, then I would probably start interviewing a maps coach. If you're comfortable doing that. I mean, if you're happy with what you're getting from Brian, use Brian, but if you get to that point to where you think, I feel like I can do more, then maybe go to the maps coach, because maps would be a next level.
So. you could be- or can we go to the wrong- into the-
I do for the top 20.
Okay, so.
I'm sorry,
If you're a caliber, exactly.
almost, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, let's see. So you're talking to- And then, I would say probably. That's-
Yeah, I mean, maps would be a higher level than me, because they're trained to coach. I'm giving you experience that I've gone through, and Michael will tell you, we just sat down and we do accountability about what we talked about, what he wants to do. Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? Like I'll ask him, did you time block for Legion this week? Because that's one focus he had. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, well, thank you, Emmanuel, for that. And if any of y'all have questions on Zoom about maps coaching, please don't hesitate to reach out. So the 4th one is make learning base the foundation of your action plan. I think this is possibly the most important of the 6 personal perspectives. Don't forget to educate yourself, right? Don't think I know too much. Don't ever think I don't need classes because I already know what I'm doing. If you have that mindset, your business is starting to plateau and go the other way immediately. Because even if you're a top level producer, you still have to learn because the business changes, right? Then Gary Keller made a great quote. I want to try to remember it. Change is inevitable. Participation is optional. We need to grow and educate ourselves, at least to even just stay the same. Does that make sense? Rachel Adams Lee, who's one of the top realtors in the country, not just KW realtor in the country, but top realtor in the country, makes a point to go into the market center once a week for a class, to take the class. Not teach, but she teaches a lot, but she goes to the market center once a week. So she's got 52 hours a year time blocked for classes in the market center. Even if it's this, which she can teach at night with her eyes closed. But it's just to stay in that learning-based mindset, always learning. I'm neither especially clever nor especially gifted. I'm only very, very curious. Einstein. Makes sense a little bit. Removing limiting beliefs. The 5th perspective is to remove limiting beliefs. High achievers remove anything that holds them back. First, of course, you got to learn what it is that's holding you back, right? You've got to learn what your limiting beliefs are. And we all have them. I'll be the first to raise my hand that I have limiting beliefs that I have to fight through every day. There are thoughts and mindsets that limit you. Like on the one slide that I don't have time for training. That's just you saying to your business that training is not important to my future business. You make time for what's important to you, right? I mean, that goes in life too, right? Your buddies call and say, hey, Kimberly, you want to go out to dinner? You say no. It's either 1, you do have something pertinent already on the schedule, or 2, you don't feel like putting it on your schedule. It's only 2 things, right? And that's okay. But if you want to get to that next level, you are gonna have to start removing limiting beliefs. I'm not saying all of them, because it's hard to remove one, right? But you do need to start learning what your limiting beliefs are and break them down. I have to be an expert and know everything before I can begin my business. Anybody thought that before? I was gonna point at my wife. That is not true in real estate. It's not like the 9 to 5 job we used to have where they train you for the first 2 or 3 weeks. Or you sit in front of a computer at the car dealership to learn about what buttons do what and all the different models of the cars, right? You do get trained on what to do and what to say, but truthfully, until you get in the field, it doesn't hit you. Right? Because you could go to every one of Lee's documents classes, right, Lee? Everyone. Get your first person under contract, and you're gonna call Lee and go, how do I fill out this BEAC? What do I do in the third line of the listing agreement? What do I do in the first? I mean, you're gonna do it, and you're going, oh my God, and it's just gonna freak out. And it's okay. It's okay, because you don't truly learn as well in this business without the experience, right? You can know everything and sit up here and just talk about it all day long, but until you do it, you don't know it. Does that make sense? Would you agree, Michael?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I can achieve a profit goal that will fund my life this year. How would you do that? David, what's your profit goal for 2025 in real estate? What's that? Hadn't set one yet? Okay, we'll work on that. Brian, what's your profit goal in real estate? 30,000 in real estate? If you talk to Brian about what that, see, first step's knowing the goal. David's brand new. He just got his license like 20 minutes ago. It's fine. But when you know that goal, figure out what you have to do to achieve that goal. And I would say plus, right? Does that make sense? I don't feel comfortable talking to people about real estate. But talking to people is just building relationships. Look at lead generating as just growing relationships and meeting new friends. Because people always say they don't want to sound salesy. You know, I'm not pointing anybody out because it's everybody in this room has said that at one point in time in their sales career. They don't want to sound salesy. We don't have a trailer full of houses that we're trying to sell at somebody's front yard. We're trying to help people find what they need. And we just need to let people know that we're here to help you. When you need me, I'm here. But if you don't let them know that, they're going to call the next person. Going by the numbers I pointed out just earlier. So in order to successfully develop at a higher level, you got to clear your mind of limiting beliefs. If you think you can't do it, if you think it won't work in this area, then you need to immediately try it. What limiting beliefs are you having right now as you embark on this new career? Does anybody want to give a limiting belief that they have right now? Anybody on Zoom? If you're not giving one, I know everybody's lying. Everybody's got one. I've talked to all of you individually.
I know I'm
Go ahead, Claire.
I know
Go
I'm
ahead,
guilty
Claire.
of like not wanting to sound like a salesperson. Then everyone I know is like not interested in moving.
Right, and I would agree with that, and I've talked to you, I don't think you ever sound like a salesperson, you're a genuine human being. And everybody may not be moving right now,
Yeah.
but just reminding them you're in real estate, they may know somebody that's moving. They may know somebody that's wanting to buy an investment property, or they may know a renter that's wanting to buy their first house. And that's why you just kind of want to stay in touch with them immediately. Does that make sense? You don't want to say, hey,
Yes.
hey, use me to buy a house. Just say, hey, don't forget, I'm here to help you if you or know somebody you know needs me.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm here to help. And I understand it. It's hard to break through. Steven?
Mine was like every time I send an email out to my sphere, I get like 6 unsubscribes. So I'm like, they're just not interested.
Yeah, well, listen, I can feel your pain on that one, buddy. Because I invited 2,000 realtors outside our market center to join us on Red Day last year. Not please join Keller Williams, not please do this, not meet me for lunch. Hey, come to Red Day, help us plant some flowers and move some mulch. And I had 400 people unsubscribed from that email. So it's work with the people who want to work with you, right? It's, usually you're gonna get about 5 to 10% unsubscribes anytime you send out. And I know Michael does a lot. Is that about same for you? Do you usually get about 5 or 10% until it gets weeded down? When you do mass emails, or don't you do some mass emails or?
Yeah, I do, like, probably sounds about right.
Yeah, and that's okay. Red Day would be right up your alley, Claire, and we're discussing that at the moment.
Yeah, send me that email. I love planting flowers and outdoor yard work.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, Red Day, the second Thursday in May every year, every Keller Williams in North America shuts down and we give to the community. We'll do something in Fort Wayne as a group. You and Kate and your crew down there will do something in Kokomo as a group. So, and it'll be on that day. Our offices will be closed all day on Red Day. And you get a cool shirt. Yeah, Michael's got on. I can't be successful in this market. I'm taking too much time on this one, but this is a big one for me. And as I just pointed out, you can, right? Because people are successful in the market. And I know, and again, I'm not trying to be too pointed, but I know a lot of people get in this business thinking it's HGTV. It's not. Right, you can't drive up and down the street and go, ooh, I want to buy that house, call your lender and make a deal, close it, flip it, and resell it in 30 minutes. It doesn't happen. And it's not that easy, right? And a lot of people get into this business, think it's an easy, quick money, fast. It's not. You got to work. And it's one business you truly get out of it, what you put into it, right? Would you agree with that, Brittany? I'm picking on her a little bit. Oh. Get here. That's okay. Moving on.
I thought of another one that I'm really bad. Well, so kind of to go along with what Steven said, just the rejection and feeling
Uh-huh.
defeated. But I think another one that I've been really guilty of, it's like I can't be everyone's best friend.
Right. Right. I don't want you to be everyone's best friend. I just want you to be
Have
available.
mine for them. Yeah.
You need help. And when they need help. Yeah. I can't devote 3 hours a day to lead generation. Is there anybody that can't do that? Dual career people probably can't do that.
I can't.
Other than that, I would say I don't want to devote 3 hours a day to lead generation. And I think Gary broke it down really well at Family Reunion also, is that if you schedule 2 hours or 3 hours of lead generation a day, it's not all just, well, what do we hear when lead generation? What do you think? Jared, what do you think when I say lead generation? Cold calls. Brian, what do you think when I say lead generation?
Their contact.
Yeah. We got to remember, Facebook messaging is lead generation. Door knocking is lead generation. Events, lead generation, good. There's a lot of different ways to lead gen. But in your time of lead gen, you got to plan it. What am I doing? Where am I doing it? Who am I calling? Make the calls. Update your database after you're done. That's your 2 or 3 hours, right? Some people, I had a good friend back at the previous brokerage, her name's Amy Brock. She can't sit still for 2 hours. Can't ask her to sit still for 2 hours. So she does 30-minute blocks 4 times a day of lead generation. So get your time in, because the lead generation is your future business. If you're not lead generating on a consistent daily basis, your business is going to look like this. You're going to get a couple of deals, you're going to be excited, and you're going to have nothing. Get a couple of deals, be excited, then nothing. But you'd rather have your business look like this. Does that make sense? Be consistent with lead gen, if nothing else. Okay, the last one is to be accountable. What does being accountable mean to you? Lindsay, when I say accountability, what does that mean to you?
Contributing the 3 hours of lead generation, I'm doing nothing is standing in that way.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. What about you, David? What do you think accountability? I know you've run a little bit of business before. So. Yeah. Right. No excuses. Do your job, get her done. Anybody else? Jared, what about you?
having somebody else. How they set it and what they do.
Yeah, there's that too, yep. Yep, I would agree. Kate, what is the count?
I could read it.
Yeah, not micro. Do everything. Have micromanagement. I'm standing over your shoulder going, make that call? Did you make that call? What was that number? Why didn't you make that call? Yeah, that'd be terrible. Yeah. The best quote I've heard around accountability is that accountability is not something that somebody does to you. It's something somebody does for you. Because if somebody truly holds you accountable, then they truly care about you and they truly care about your business. Does that make sense? Because they're really wanting to help you get to that next level, bust through that ceiling and to reach your goals. So very good answers. And accountability also is like attitude, right? And approach. If your accountability partner just calls you on Friday afternoon and goes, Manuel, did you make 50 calls this week? Why not? What are you gonna do? How come you did that? It's just awful, right? It's a great conversation. You know, hey buddy, how many calls you make this week? Well, I made 45. Well, that's awesome. You got 90% of your goal. That's better than you would have done if we weren't making these phone calls on Friday, isn't it? Yeah, so well, next week we'll get closer to 100% because I only made 42 calls. I'm at about 85%. It's progress over perfection, right? Progress over perfection. Happiness is not an individual sport. This quote actually was blessed enough to see this author, Sean Achor, I think so you pronounce his name. He came to family reunion in Orlando right after COVID. He was the first family reunion after COVID. And he wrote a book called The Happiness Advantage. And he speaks to Fortune 500 companies and all over the world about happiness and how happiness affects your business. Being happy with you, being happy with your family. It's an amazing book. It's not a big one either. I think we listened to it driving one time on our like 72-hour drives from Fort Lauderdale or something. Huh? The Happiness Advantage. Yeah.
It's hard to hear.
What's that? I know that's why, yeah. But if I turn it off, it'll be like 40 degrees in here really quick.
Tiny microphone.
Can you hear me okay? You want me to turn it off? Here, I would turn it off.
We need to get a little heater right here for just our meeting. Put a split.
It's just that very big.
Has to be it.
All right, it'll take a second. It'll kick off here in just a second. All right, so the end of this is it just says embrace being accountable. You know, find a coach, find a partner you trust that'll hold you accountable, that you know will hold you accountable. And it'll definitely make a huge difference in your business. I had a friend that had a crazy level of accountability because he had like his reserve bank account. He put it in a bank that was 2 hours away, that did not have online banking, did not have a debit card with it. So to get money out of his reserve account, he had to drive there 2 hours to get it, right? And his buddy that lived another hour away, another direction, was a co-signer on it. So he had to call his buddy, talk him into not only driving there, but why am I taking this money out? And it had to fit the criteria that he gave him when he opened the account. His buddy had to ask him questions. And then he had to talk his buddy into driving to sign so he could get his own money out of the account. That is a high level of accountability on yourself. But he trusted his buddy to go, nope. You can't get that money. I don't care if you need to have a kidney out. All right, let's have some ahas. And again, for those of you who don't know, AHA is Agents Helping Agents. Something that sparked a fire in you may not have resonated with somebody else. Michael?
You gotta have a coach in this business. Start with Brian, our model's perfect for, you got Brian, productivity, then you need to bump up, go to Ben or go to Max, but. Yeah, everybody should be in Brian's coaching, even if you've got a great team leader, I still think you should. And, you know, I know I've gotten games, me and Ben have started meeting together since October, I had my worst year ever. In 2023. 2024 was better, yeah, 2023, I think was my worst year ever. I had my best year in 2022, and then my worst year in 2023. In 2024, we recovered at the end a little bit, just better. But this year I know it's gonna be way better. I'm gonna double last year, this year. So, and I know it's cheating for anybody. If I can do it, you can do it, because I'm nothing amazing. I just follow scripts. And yes, you do need to know the scripts. Okay, you gotta know what to say next.
Mhm.
Yeah, just tell it. But yeah,
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else with ahas? Anything? Huh?
Continuing education
Learning?
thing.
Mhm. Yeah, keep learning. Don't ever want to hit a plateau, because when you're on a plateau, eventually you're gonna fall off of it. Yeah, we see realtors do it all the time. And on the worst side of it, man, our ALC meeting, Press McKissick zoomed in, who is a really good teacher. He gave us a snippet of his Quantum Leap class. And he talked about seeing realtors who, while they're having their greatest career ever, greatest year ever, their family life was struggling to the point of divorce.
we need to get a van and go dating all together in Quantum Leap.
Well, I think most of the ALC's going, but everybody's invited.
I know.
Angie Ricolta's going.
Everybody should be in.
Huh?
Is it?
He's got to text me the exact date. It's either going to be end of May, 1st of June kind of
You
area.
gotta go to Quantum Leap.
It's an amazing
Like here in
thing.
Keller, it's amazing.
It'll change your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to pivot a little bit, the one I liked, the part that he liked, he talked about all of our different parts of life are like balls, right? Am I saying, make sure I'm saying it right, because you just went to the class. You have rubber balls and you have glass balls, right? Because the rubber balls, the parts of your life that are rubber balls, if you drop it, it can bounce back, right? Like your business. If you drop the ball on your business, you can regroup, restructure, and come back, right? But if you drop the ball on your family, that ball's gonna crack or maybe even break.
It's a glass ball.
It's a
Yeah,
glass ball.
versus rubber.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't mention that. So your family's more of a glass ball. Because even if it doesn't shatter, it may crack, it may break. And you may not be able to mend that, right? So you got to remember, that's why we're God family business, not business family. You forget about your family, forget about your personal life, forget about your personal health, your business is always gonna suffer. Does that make sense? So please, 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 make sure that you got your family first all the time. Especially you, David. I'm saying that because Brittany's on this thing. Yeah, so any other ahas from this first segment? Nope, we'll go on. Keller Williams is big on mindset. It's also big on models and systems based on the proven success strategies. Our job is to take advantage of the collective wisdom so we can be highly successful, as well as make this our chosen career for life. You gotta remember, none of this stuff is made up by us in the office, right? We stand on the shoulders of giants. No sense in reinventing the wheel. Follow the model. Now let's see how KW culture will power you through your career. There's an entire page devoted to culture in Connect. And if you don't know where Connect is when you're logged into Command. If you look at the black bar at the top, your second button you see Command and you'll see Connect. There's levels and levels and levels of education in there. Culture is the #1 reason people say they choose Keller Williams nationally. Today, we'll focus on a few elements of culture. The MBBBP, I'll tell you what all that means in a minute. Red Day, KW Cares, and KW Kids Can. And we'll also jump into the diversity, equity, and inclusion and cultural ambassadors. So the MVVBP stands for mission, vision, values, beliefs, and perspectives. So we're going to look at the mission and beliefs of Keller Williams. Click. You can almost take each one of these and make them an individual sentence instead of one paragraph. But the mission of Keller Williams is to build careers worth having, businesses worth owning, lives worth living, experiences worth giving, and legacies worth leaving. What's that? It almost deserves a bump. You can clap at anything you want to. But I agree. I mean, I think it's a great mission statement. And like I said, individually, you could look at those and say, I may have a business worth owning, but right now I really don't have a life worth living because I'm focused too much on my business. You know, you could say things like that and pick it apart. But we want all of this for all of you, right? And it's not all going to happen immediately. It happens over time. And Ignite focuses on helping you build a career worth having and a business worth owning, right? Many KW agents have built businesses worth owning and are living a great life that they envision for themselves. Many agents have grown to the point where they're achieving fulfillment by providing experiences for others and laying the foundations for legacies worth living. That's one of the things that drives me. I'm very passionate about giving back. If I learn something, I want to tell everybody. If you haven't learned that about me yet, it may not be something y'all want to know, but I'm gonna tell you anyway, right? Because I just, in every profession I've been in, I like learning and I like teaching on the other side of it. I never stop learning. Devin will attest to that. I've been umpiring for 22 years. I still go to clinics. I still go, I watch videos online. I collaborate with buddies all across the country just because the season's coming up for me. I'm a softball umpire. Yeah, I was freezing to death last week out at Ivy Tech. And
But he goes to ball games to sit behind the umpire. He didn't watch the game.
I don't watch
He watched-
games. I watch college softball on television all day long. Couldn't tell you the score of one game. Because I'm watching what the umpires' movements. I'm watching what that because that's my profession. I'm learning, right? I'm not watching it to enjoy the game all the time. I'm watching it to learn. And I recommend you all do the same thing for your business. Just like for me, my team leader position. I watch videos. I have a team leader coach. I meet with him Tuesday mornings at 9 o'clock. I got to meet him at family reunion. He's in Denver. I meet with the staff. I always try to improve. And if there's any way you all think I can improve, please tell me. It's, I'm not too proud to get educated from anybody, trust me. And I probably deserve it sometimes too. Get smacked around a little bit. All right, so by the end of Ignite, I pressed a button, didn't mean to. We'll revisit the mission and explore your thoughts on a life worth living, experiences worth giving, and legacies worth leaving. Okay, our belief system. This is the Y4C2Ts. Y'all see why it's called that? Can you look at that and see? W-I-Y. There's 4 C's. There's 2 T's. And an E and an S just continues, right? And they're also on the wall right there. So I'll give you a heads up if you're at a team meeting here and we have a fun quiz day, which we like to do and give away prizes. And I say, what's the 3rd C? You don't have to sit and ponder, right? Just go communication. But this is the backbone of Keller Williams culture, but it also attributes to life as well, right? How many of y'all have that for win-win, no deal? How many of y'all have that friend that you feel like you're always chasing? You're the one that's always making the phone call. You're the one that's always buying lunch. You're the one that's always doing this. Does anybody have that friend or that person in their life? Yeah. Be great if everybody is a win-win, right?
It's my
Make
wife.
life. What's that, Steven?
It's my wife.
Is it your wife? Yeah. That's what, she's not on the call with you, is she?
No.
All right, make a note, call Megan. Integrity, do the right thing. I mean, that should go without saying, right? As my grandmother told me, Always act like I'm watching you all the time. In the only way a grandmother could tell you. Which it's, I was scared to death. She's 5'1", weighed 108 pounds soaking wet, and I was terrified of that woman. Terrified. Always do the right thing. When you're in a deal, don't try to think, ooh, this guy's acting this way. I bet I can make a little more money off of him. No, you want to educate them to make sure that it's a win-win for everybody, right? You want to educate your clients to make sure they're getting what they need. Don't always think about your personal gain. Think of a win-win. Customers always come first. That does not mean customers are always right. You put your customer first by being 100% honest with them all the time. Don't be afraid to have those conversations that are hard. Right? Let them know you can't afford that house. You asked me to find you houses 300 and under. Why are we looking at $400,000 houses? That's not a house for you. You wanted a house that was all on one level. Why are we looking at 2-story houses with an attic? You don't want that. Right? Be honest with them. A great person to call and have a conversation with about that is Rocky Verderamo in South Bend. He will only show his clients no more than 2 to 3 houses. And 90% of the time they write a contract on those 2 to 3 houses. Because we're all guilty of getting that buyer that gives us like 15 houses that they want to go see. He'll go through them, filter them, and go, we're going to this one and this one. And that's it. He's a little bold. He sticks to his name. Rocky, small Italian guy. He's a good guy, but he's very direct, very honest, and very confident. So honesty is the best thing you can be for your customers. Commitment in all things. Anything worth doing is worth doing 100% in the time you're in. Does that make sense when I say that? If you're going to give 100% to real estate and your real estate time is 9 to 5, from 5 to 10 for bedtime, that's family time. Now I'm 100% in my family. Does that make sense? Give 100% for the time that you're in. If you're dual career, when you're in your other job, give 100% to your job. When you're in that job, when you're in real estate, give 100% to your real estate job. Does that make sense? That's where time blocking comes in. It's very important. Communication. Seek first to understand. It's one of my favorites. And when I read this, it makes me think we got to think of all perspectives, not just my perspective. Right? Just like they do on social media every day. Everybody thinks of everybody else's perspectives, right? You've got to step back and think, if a client's being short with you or seems mad, it's probably not because of me. You know, it's something else going on. Always come from contribution, come from curiosity, and be understanding as opposed to reactionary and defensive. Does that make sense? Would help all in all life, right? Just thinking in my other job as an umpire, if I reacted to a coach who was mad about a play the way the coach reacted to me, that'd be entertaining on television, wouldn't it? Because be 2 people screaming at each other, it'd probably escalate into a fight, and there'd be all over the news, a couple people arrested. We've got to be the calm for our clients. We've got to be the calm for the other agent on the other side. Creativity, ideas before results. You always got to have a plan before you reap the rewards, right? You've got to start with a plan, execute the plan consistently, and then you will reap the rewards. Teamwork. Together, everyone achieves more. Who now sees that as an acronym for team? It's funny, my broker in Kentucky was with Keller Williams for 8 years. And it took her 7 to realize that that was a team. Together, everyone achieves more. Nobody does this alone. If you're a solo agent, you've got spouses. You've got the market center that's going to help you. You've got other agents, the co-op agent. You're never alone. Trust, it starts with honesty. If you cannot be trusted in this business, no matter how good of a year you've had or 2 years you've had, you will eventually fail if you get the reputation of not being trustworthy. I would say that goes with just about any business. Do you all like to spend money with anybody that you don't trust? Equity, opportunities for all. Equity different than equality. You know, equity is giving people what they need to succeed. You know, my favorite representation of this is the three people trying to look over a fence. You have like me, you have like Jared, who's about 2 or 3 inches taller than me, then you have Devin, who's really short. We all need to look over the fence. Devin's gonna need a bigger box. I'm gonna need a smaller box, and Jared may not need a box. But if we give everybody the same, which is equality, Devin may not still be able to see over the fence. I may still have to tiptoe, right? And then Jared might fall over the fence because he's really tall and he's already can see over. So it's giving people what they need to succeed is equity. And success is results through people. It's very hard to get success all by yourself. You will need help, and other people will help you succeed. And you've got an entire market center of people here that are here focused on helping you succeed. Any questions about those? I didn't mean to move the slide, but I did anyway. More culture is represented with these organizations in Keller Williams. Red Day, I've already kind of explained what Red Day is. It's around Mo Anderson's birthday. Mo Anderson is one of our board members. She used to be the CEO of Keller Williams. They call her the Velvet Hammer. What's that? The original CEO of Keller Williams, yeah. Gary Keller recruited her from Century 21 in Oklahoma. And Mo's husband told her, she said, well, ask for this, ask for this, ask for this. And she called Gary and said, yep, I want this. I want, you know, this and this. And Gary said, okay. I want a piece of the company. Gary said, okay. Because he said when he said, okay, the company wasn't worth anything. So I go, sure. You know, now Mo has her own plane, you know, her own pilot. Yeah, she's worth a lot of money. And they call her the Velvet Hammer because she sticks by her standards.
But she didn't start making money until after the age of 50. They were so buried in debt.
Yeah.
So she built that all from after 50.
Yeah. And like I said, she's 88 now.
Their personal life or?
Yeah, personal life, yeah.
Okay.
And now she's worth about $750 million.
She's an amazing lady.
Mhm. Yeah, if you can find it, it's in Connect, I believe. Watch her inspirational mornings it's the last session of Family Reunion. There, yeah, she got a book out, The Joy-Filled Life, yeah.
And it's not an autobiography, but it gives you a timeline of everything she achieved through her life. And how she got from point A to point B. It's one.
Yeah. So we talked about Red Day. KW Cares is our national foundation that is in place to help Keller Williams agents, Keller Williams market centers in need, right? We could choose to donate on every closing to KW Cares, whether it's $1 or it's $100, wherever you want to donate, if you choose to do so. Where this helps in stories that I've seen personally, in Southern Illinois, we had a Keller Williams agent, single mom of 3 kids. Her middle child got cancer. She was not like a super high producing agent, so she didn't have millions of dollars in the bank to pay for the out-of-pocket expenses for the treatment. So KW Cares stepped in and paid for every nickel of that child's cancer treatment until he was cancer-free. Like when the hurricanes hit Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, KW Cares put millions and millions of dollars into the relief efforts of all those areas. Now they just send semi-trucks full of generators. They send semi-trucks full of supplies. They send money to all the agents that were affected. Within 48 hours, each agent that was affected had $5,000 deposited directly into their bank accounts from KW Cares.
You were there before FEMA was.
In North Carolina, they were talking about that on stage. KW Cares had 455 generators on site before FEMA had the first one.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, and the KW team leader that was there, her team there were 65 houses that were accessible by one road, and it had a bridge that was wiped out. Her team built a bridge so we could get vehicles over that bridge to deliver goods to those 65 families. That's Keller Williams. Yeah, and we saw it with the tornado we had in Western Kentucky. I don't know if y'all know that, but in 2021, we had a F5 tornado that was on the ground for 168 miles. I mean, it destroyed towns completely. It just cut through the middle of my territory, is what it did. Luckily, we only had the daughter of one agent that was directly affected. She had $5,000, but hurricane, because her apartment was relocated. Like completely gone. It was a slab the next day. But we saw not KW Cares as much as we saw the love of KW agents. We had to guess about $2.5 million worth of donations from agents, just sending it to us. Generators, water, clothes, anything you can think of. We essentially had a store built in a church, a gymnasium, where people could walk through and just go, I need this soap, I need this, and go. So, and that was we had 40 people come from 4 different states to help people clean up after the tornado. So it's, that's Keller Williams to me. So before I get emotional, I'm going to move on. KW Kids Can is, again, I click buttons that I don't mean to. It's dedicated to empowering young adults. And what that does is if you want to be an instructor, you teach Quantum Leap kids. And when it says kids, it means somebody 18 to 28 years old. So it's a great foundation as well. So any ahas from all that? None at all? Anybody? Any Zoomers?
I found it interesting how all of the core values kind of build upon one another.
The 6 personal perspectives.
Well,
Is that what you mean, or the Y4C2Ts?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, it's like you can't have one without the other.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
I didn't realize the extensive amount of money that KW Cares puts out. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Oh, it's phenomenal. Can't remember what numbers they put out, but they showed us a family reunion, so I'll find the slide and let you know, but it's in the tens of millions of dollars have been handed out just in the last couple of years. And that's all from donations from agents having closings. That's all it is. All right, next we'll go to the KW value. So these are statistics, I think, that we're showing you from year end of 2021. I don't know whether or not updated. Thank God they're rewriting Ignite, so that'll be updated. Updated stats may be found at headquarters.kw.com/awards. And if you do want that link, I will give it to you again later. How does being a part of Keller Williams benefit you and your customers? I mean, we've got here listed, we're the top franchise for veterans. We're the top female friendly company. Top 500 franchises in 2022. Now that's not real estate. This is period businesses. World's best employers 2021. America's best customer experience. America's best employers for women and new grads. Best employers for diversity, and more and more and more. And these numbers, these awards have been repeated all the way through 2024 and more. So we offer services like Keller Mortgage, Keller Covered, Keller Offered, which I know a lot of times we don't utilize in this office because we've got a lot of local vendors that we like to deal with, and that's fine. But, Keller Williams does have mortgage company. They do have Super Mutual of Omaha now, and they do have, an insurance company as well. So we have a big global reach, right? So if you all know, we're the largest real estate company in the world, not just the United States, because we're in now 57 countries. And that's pretty fun. It's kind of fun if you can go on a trip. I had somebody text me a picture from Belize. They signed KW Belize. So I was mad on 2 levels. One, they were in Belize and I wasn't. 2, it's warm and sunny there. It's not here, right? It's not.
It's funny how, color waves was non-existent here in Fort Wayne. Outside of Fort Wayne, it's like, everybody knows who Keller Williams is, but until this office was planted here, nobody knew anything about it. Oh, which real estate company? Oh, who's that?
Yeah.
It's a company, it's not a person.
Right, right, yeah. Well, it is a person. There's a country artist named Keller Williams.
No,
It's weird, but yeah, it's true. It was the same in Paducah. We were a young company in Paducah when I started too, a little bit older than this one. And people still didn't hear about it. And we were the largest real estate company when I left there in the region. But it's because they don't nationally advertise like your Remaxes and Century 21s and things like that. We want you to advertise for your business. We don't want to advertise for our market center business. Because I would rather the calls come to you guys than come to the office. Which is why there's no floor time here, because people don't call the office. You may prefer to go online to show, so Connect, like I talked about Connect, as there's about 1,200 hours of free education on Connect. There's also a YouTube channel called KW Command that I recommend going to. And then there's also another YouTube channel called Marty Miller 66-Day Challenge. It's 66 separate command classes that are about 15 minutes long. So if there's something specific you want to learn, go to his page, search it, and you don't have to watch an hour-long class to get your one little snippet. If that makes sense.
I think he's releasing a new one.
He just started 9.0. Yeah. So Connect, and you can go to Connect to download all these manuals for the classes that we have. Like when we have win with buyers, win with sellers, all the manuals are going to be in KW Connect as well. Our technology command, as far as a suite of programs from top to bottom, our command offers more than any other CRM you can buy. Is it perfect? No. Is any CRM perfect? No. No. You know, one might have this one little tidbit that you like that command doesn't do, but it doesn't do everything that command can do for your business. Does that make sense? But my philosophy, I know Michael's heard me say this a lot, the best CRM is the one you're going to use. Right? Do I wish you'd use command? Yes. But if you rather use something else because you use it, then that's what I want you to do. Is you got to do what's best for your business. And of course, you got the command app that's growing every day. You can follow your business, your opportunities through the command app. It's really easy to call your database through the command app. And when you do it, it also records that call, text message, email in your timeline. So you can see when you last reached out to all those people. And I'll show you what that means when you get there. So the command app is, of course, your pocket interface to your desktop. It does not do everything command does. You can't start an opportunity. You can add contacts very easily in your command app. It'll remind you of things. Your task will show up on there. Agents have full access to your client data. Is what's the note on here I'm reading. You can track your contacts and leads in real time. You also have the ability to text directly through the app. And of course, it will log all that for you in their timeline. And if you want to see what that looks like, I can show you at the end of class. Now we have a consumer app. That's just like the bad word, your Zillow app. You know, people can find properties. But the good thing about this one is the KW app is linked to you. So on your phone, when you download the app, you log in and then you find yourself as the agent. All right. When you do that, you share your app with your clients. And when they download it and log in, you're their agent. So when they click a button, like to have a question, or if they favorite houses, you get notifications on that. Bless you. So I don't want to dive deep into it, but if you have any questions about how the app works, Friday, we're going to go over it for about an hour. So at 11:30. So as you can see, I've updated the numbers for our market center. Right, Roman numerals, yeah. We're just 10.10 on everything. These have not been updated, probably because we're at the beginning of the year. Numbers are kind of small, so we're not gonna post them. January was terrible for everybody in Fort Wayne. I'll just say that out loud. January was not a great month for real estate. I've updated this. Your OP, we all know is Aaron Hoover. His office is right up there on the left. Your team leader, me. We do not have an assistant team leader. Our MCA is Lee. He's also your broker. And our assistant MCA is Monique. She's the one that pays you. So she might be your favorite person. Our tech trainer is Brian, as well as our PC coach. And I'm your backup tech trainer unless it's in opportunities. I have not mastered opportunities at all. So I apologize. And I'll say on the other side of that, we have a Scott Leroy Marketing. I would highly advise you all to utilize Scott Leroy Marketing as much as possible. If you're having an issue with your website, an issue with DocuSign, anything with your command, and you can't get a hold of Brian or I, or even Michael, I would say he's on the tech committee. Send an email to scott@scottleroymarketing.com and he will help you really quick. I mean, he was even helping Steven this weekend on a Saturday. So he will help you really quick to try to solve a problem. Profit share. Growth share is for outside the United States.
Where are you at?
I don't know in your thing.
I think we're somewhere around 1.16. But it's got through the apps at 1.14. That's where I'm thinking we are.
So, did you find it?
Got it. Okay.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay.
thanks.
So profit share, the easiest way for me to explain profit share is if somebody joins the company, everybody that joins the company, whether they're staff or agent or admin for a team, they would name what they call a sponsor. That sponsor, which I wish they would change the name of, but I don't own the company, so I can't do it. The sponsor is simply the person who influenced them to join Keller Williams. Does that make sense? It's not the first person they talk to. It's not the last person they talk to. It's the person they feel influenced them to join Keller Williams. That's why when I'm filling out their paperwork and they call me and they say, who's my sponsor? I can't tell you that. And I tell them, who influenced you to join Keller Williams? Because one, I don't want to say Ben Crenshaw, because if Jared talked to him, then I just stole profit share from Jared. Does that make sense? That's not the right way to do it. It's the person who influenced them to join Keller Williams. So if you all have an agent that joins and they name you as a sponsor, when that agent has a closing, you're going to get a little profit share if the market center is profitable that month. And we have been profitable all but 1 month since we've been open, period. And that's the easiest way to explain how profit share works. On the big scale, Press McKissick, who zoomed in to talk to us, his mother has earned $16 million in profit share in her lifetime at Keller Williams. And that's just inviting people to join Keller Williams. So she quit doing any work whatsoever. Right now, she's earning anywhere from $700,000 to $1 million a year in profit share. And her husband is earning $500,000 to $700,000 a year in profit share. Of course, you got to do a 1099 on that at the end of the year. So you will get that. They don't forget to send that in the mail. I can promise you that. But I don't ask any of you to go out and try to recruit. All I ever ask is simply if you find somebody out there that you like, that you think we can help, and or you think they'd be a great fit for us, just say, hey, would it be okay if Ben called you? That's it. And if you don't ever want to do that, that's up to you also. But you can grow some passive income by doing that. And for Linda to get all of that money that she's gotten, so profit share grows like if Jared named me and then Ryan named Jared, Ryan would still be on what I call my second level. Right. And the way it works is it's by market center profit. So at the end of the month, when Monique does the books and closes out the books, let's say we have 10 grand in profit, for example. About $4,000 of that $10,000 goes back to the agents in the market center, who had an agent that named them as a sponsor. Does that make sense? So the market center owners are essentially giving back a very large chunk of their monthly profits back to the agent. And that's the easiest way to explain how it works. I can send you an hour-long video that shows you math and a bunch of decimals and fractions and stuff if you like. Anybody want that one? Nope. Seriously, if you do, I know a great video that can show you how the numbers work. But that's the essential way to do it. Because here at Keller Williams, we don't want every agent. We want agents that are gonna fit our culture, that are gonna be high integrity, and that wanna succeed in business. Or that want help doing it, because they don't know how to do it, which is about 70% of the agents out there, to be truthful. Any questions about that? It doesn't tie you to them in any way, and you can sponsor somebody in another state. You have friends joining real estate anywhere, you can be their sponsor. But any ahas about the KW culture, the Red Day, the KW Cares, profit share, any of that? And again, Zoomers, y'all are allowed to jump in too. Done? All right, good. We shall move on to some KW resources. Now, I talked about this a lot already. We've got Keller Mortgage, Keller Manage, I don't think's available in Indiana, Keller Covered and Keller Offers. Some of these have changed a little bit since they've made this. As I said, like the Keller Mortgage is now Keller Home Loans is what it's called, and it's partnered with Mutual Omaha. So the goal is to keep you the center of the home buying experience. You know, we've been joined by Keller Williams Worldwide, more Keller Mortgage, Keller Covered, Keller Offers, to make sure that you're the center of the home buying experience. So you can essentially, if you like, offer all this stuff under one cloud, under one umbrella.
What is the Keller Offers?
Keller Offers, it's a company to where the easiest way to explain it, you see these people buy cash for your house.
Yeah.
That. That's what it is.
Let's cover the manage.
Keller Manage. As you can see in the purple thing here, upgrades and maintenance and stuff for your house. And we don't have that in Indiana right now. But it's, but yeah, the Keller Offers is essentially cash for property, buy it quick, get it quick. Keller Mortgage, now Keller Home Loans. Keller Covered is your insurance. I think that is offered in Indiana. I like that we offer this, and I like that we use our local people that we have personal relationships with also. Does that make sense? But if you have questions about diving into those, let me know. And I will help you. I know Keller Home Loans at one time would give like $1,500 back on a closing of 150K or more. Things like that. They offer them. Yeah, they offer things like, well, no, if it was 300K, it'd be $1,500. It's yeah, but on closing costs, yeah. So some communities Keller Williams has, DEI is a community we have, KW Commercial, which Michael's going through right now. KW Commercial actually goes through some classes to get a commercial designation. Which also means if the national office gets a commercial lead for Northern Indiana, Michael would be the only person they call, because he is the only KW Commercial person right now in Northern Indiana. KW Land kind of speaks for itself. It means a little more in Texas and Montana than it does in Indiana, I think. Luxury, to be a part of luxury, you have to have 4 closings in 24 months of 700,000 or more. 4 sides, let me say that. So if you get both sides of one. KW Military, you simply have to have been in the military, and you're a member of KW Military if you choose. New Homes, Sports and Entertainment, Brad Dove is a member of KW Sports and Entertainment. That filters like if the Comets got a new hockey coach, and they called Keller Williams to find a house, Brad would get that call. You know, that's got more impact like in Indianapolis, cities that have these major professional teams. You know, because like when the Colts players, if they get traded to Indianapolis and they want to buy a house in Indianapolis, they will usually call a company like Keller Williams and say, hey, I'm moving, because they don't want to just randomly call agents, right? Does that make sense? So they can have a little privacy to it. And Keller Williams Young Professionals was originally designed for people 18 to 40, but I'm a member. Why'd everybody start laughing? I said, I'm a member of Young Professionals. And it started with my wife, Jared. My wife was the first person to laugh. So we do have Lauren South is a member of KW Young Professionals, and Haley Zachary is our ALC committee lead for Young Professionals, and she is very young. She's 23. So if you have an interest in being a part of our office Young Professionals, it'd be a fun group to join.
Make sure to get on the Wawasee boat trip with Upstar. And I'm too old, I don't do it because I'm getting too old. But the Wawasee boat trip's awesome. It's right down here soon.
I would agree. So any ahas around that? I know that was a quick segment. Nope, y'all already know all this stuff. I like it. All right, so now we come to the fun part. We're gonna start lead generating right now. That's the fun part. We're gonna make calls in the room. I'm kidding. After being introduced to all that Keller Williams has to offer, it's time to focus on you, your goals, your dreams, and your vision. So I want to ask out loud, and I'd like to have about 3 people answer. What drew you to the career in real estate? Lindsay?
Hitting that financial ceiling, and the ceiling you guys were talking about earlier, financial ceiling, you can only make so much in most of the industries out there. Or you need this long-gated years of college and, you know, an ungodly amount of exams and, you know, just, and where this pathway, there doesn't seem, the only ceiling is ourselves.
100% true. So what's the stat? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. 80% of all millionaires were created by real estate.
Wow.
I think, and 100% of all billionaires were created by acquisitions. But that's true that 80% of all millionaires are created by real estate. But I can promise you they're hard workers. I've heard a lot of people say, well, I want to be the next Angie Ricolta. Well, you better go see what she does then and ask her what she does. One, she'll tell you. She follows MREA to the letter. She coaches MREA to her team to the letter. She works her tail off. And she has a good family life. I think it helps that her daughter is her TC. I told her you can't count that as family time. But she has a condo in Florida. She's getting ready to expand her team into Florida. So her business, I mean, she's a millionaire real estate agent now. And I'm expecting in 2 years for her to be a multi-millionaire real estate agent while her working less. So anybody else, what drew you to the career of real estate? And I'm getting ready to call on the Zoomers that aren't talking.
You know what you put in.
You get out what you put in. It's 100% true.
For me, it was the flexibility with hours.
The flexibility.
Yeah, when I started, my daughter was 5 or 6 years old, and now she's getting ready to turn 18. And it's a give and take sometimes as a single parent to do it, but that's the reason I wanted to, is to be able to be around for her more.
Yep, I would agree. And you've probably learned it's as flexible as your clients will allow you to be.
That is exactly true.
Now, and if anybody wants to know a great conversation to have about setting boundaries about when you can reach out to clients and clients can reach out to you, I will give it to you. Because you do that at the consult, first time you sit down with them. And it's very simple. When you're sitting down, if Jared's my client, I'm gonna say, Jared, when do you go to work?
9 to 5.
Yeah, so you go, that's, you know, those are about my hours too. So for our regular communication, let's try to keep that between 9 to 5 so I can respect your family time. that fair? Yeah, so if we also have something that we need to do after that, I'm not saying we won't do it, but our primary communication will be from that 9 to 5. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
There you go. We have the mindset that people are at work. David, do you answer the phone to your cell phone when you're at work if it's something important? Yep. We all have cell phones now. There may be the one-offs, like, I know you may run into with some GM people that work from 2 AM to 10 AM. So you may have to do something different for that client. But 90 to 95% of your clients are gonna have that 9 to 5, 9 to 6. You know, now, that's not to say if his client knows that they're taking offers on this house until midnight on Friday night, they might text him and say, I want to make an offer on that house. And he's probably gonna write up that offer at 10 o'clock at night. But everything else, typically, that they call you for at night can wait till the morning, right? Am I right on that? Anybody want to dispute that? Nope, okay. Moving on. What excites you about real estate? Tiffany, what excites you about real estate?
Which one?
Yeah, Tiffany Holmes. There's only one Tiffany on here.
I didn't know if Tiffany Stevens was there or not.
No.
What excites me about real estate is the ability to help people accomplish their goals in regards to home ownership.
I like it. I like it. Anybody else have a different answer? Or an added answer? I don't want to say different. 'Cause I think,
Overall relationship building with the people.
yeah, the overall relationship building with people. That's good.
Mine was
Anybody?
just something to do that I could do with my wife.
So you can do something with your wife? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
All right, that might change after we tell her what you said earlier.
I'm not worried about it.
Teasing, of course, maybe. Maybe. So what do you intend to achieve for yourself and your family? Anybody want to answer that question? What do you intend to achieve through real estate for yourself and your family?
Generational wealth.
Generational wealth. I like that. So you're looking for not only financial freedom, but to be able to pass that legacy of just money, not just, but money, as well as maybe your business down to your, yep, yeah. Anybody else?
Getting out of debt,
Getting out of debt?
and then finishing all the house projects we have planned.
Oh, Lord, shh. My wife will hear that. I'll say house projects around my wife. Brian,
The ability to pay for my kids' college.
the ability to pay for your kids' college? That Amy Brock I mentioned before, she got into real estate at 53 for that reason right there. And she said she has 4 kids and she paid for 6 degrees. 2 of them just want to stay in school longer because they didn't want to be adults yet. So those are all great answers. And I'm sure everybody would have something very similar, right? So visualize where you can be 1 year from now. So let's say if you thought about it right now, and we're sitting in here 1 year from today, and we all met. Think about if this 1 year was perfect and amazing, what happened in that 1 year? Right? Think about that, and then maybe even write it down in one sentence. Just don't write down Ben's not sitting here. No, don't write that one. That includes you Zoomers. Y'all be writing down too.
Oh, the perfect world here.
That's it for real estate. If everything happened in real estate like you wanted to in this 1 year, and you got to say, I did it, this is what I did. What happened in that 1 year? Everybody got something jotted down? Zoomers, y'all got something jotted down? So I kind of skipped ahead a little bit if you can't tell. It says 1 year from now, your business is thriving and your life is everything you dreamed of. Your customers rave about the experience and value you provide and think of you when they have a real estate need. Your family and friends are so proud of your success and are consistently referring business your way. You're helping others live their dream of owning a home because you're focused on helping them get what they desire. You're building the foundation and momentum for your entire career and gaining relationships and experiences and the income you desire. You're a top agent in your market center, maybe rookie of the year, maybe agent of the year. You're poised to hire a part-time assistant to handle your 80% while you take care of the 20%. I think if you do all those, encompass what you all just wrote down. It's so important to think about what you're going to do in the future, because if you get focused on just the next deal or the next appointment or that one closing, you'll get lost on your future. Does that make sense? That's why you focus on that time for the lead generating part to consistently grow your business. Because if you throw that part away to go show a house, you might close one house, but you're saying that the 90 days from that day doesn't matter to you. Would everybody agree with that statement?
Yep.
We're going to expand on our thinking beyond 1 year. For example, what are you doing for the people you care about? What charities would you support? What would you make the lives of yourself and everyone around you better? Or how would you, excuse me? For this next activity, take a couple of minutes to complete this chart in your participants guide. In the boxes around the middle, fill in the people and projects you care about the most. Add more boxes if needed. Add the amount that you would like to spend on each. For example, you want to pay for both your children's college tuition, or pay off your home or your car, or donate money to a local soccer field. And finally, add up all the numbers along with what you need for your own lifestyle, debt, and investments, and write that in the middle box. Do not limit yourself. Don't think I'll never be able to afford $120,000 in tuition. Just put what you need to spend in those boxes. You got to remember, this class is designed, and us as coaches and a market center is designed on giving you the skills and habits you need to get what you want and what you need. Not just the next closing. Does that make sense? And something I'll tell you, I'd say it when I do career nights. If it's not me, if it's not Brian, we will find the person you need to help you get to the next level that you want to get to. I have no pride. None. I have a wife. I don't need it. She gives me all I need. So Zoomers, if you don't have the guide pulled up, I need just use a blank piece of paper, draw this out blank and fill it in for you.
You would fill in, just so it's all clear, fill in the outer box.
The outer boxes, yeah, are the individual things like pay off the house, tuition for this kid, family vacation, just whatever you want, golf trip. Whatever you want are in the boxes. If you need more boxes, add boxes. And then you need more. Yes. And then you total it up and put it in the middle box. Nope, it actually says beyond a year. So I would think a year's out. Like if you want to pay tuition for 2 children, how much money would it take approximately for that? So give me time to go get some water. This a hard exercise? No, everybody writing all kinds of money down. She ringing the bell?
I wish. Bells for appointments.
A win. Appointment, closing. Yeah. My wins are appointments. That's what I think. I want y'all to set appointments. That's what I want your focus to be is appointments. Right, Michael? You get the appointment, everything else
It's
is
all
easy.
about the process.
Yeah, everything else is
yeah,
easy.
It all falls into line to do the work.
The appointment is the hardest thing to get. Cause after you get the appointment, 75% of the buyers are gonna sign with you, 81% of the sellers are gonna sign with you. Now you just gotta follow the system to go to get closing, right? Get that appointment. Huh?
Brings me back to Comcast, get in the door, get in the door.
Get in the door.
That's all they say to you every meeting. Get in the
Get in
door.
the, unless you're a car sales manager, then you wanna get them in the car.
Then you can get them in the car. Yeah, same thing.
Get them in the car.
Get 'em in the
And
car.
then you don't let them leave.
Okay.
Cause if they leave, there's only a 26% chance they're gonna come back. If that, yeah.
Same as, yeah, if you don't get the signature while you're there, a lot of guys talk about this in real estate. If you don't get the signature, the chance of you getting it. Never gonna get a
Yeah.
second chance. It's real low. It's like that, the car, same thing with the car. If you don't get that signature when you meet with them.
I remember that. I bought a car a while back. I was going from a buddy of mine and I was deciding between two cars that he was showing me. And I said, man, I'm gonna think about it. I'll see what I need at work, cause I need to see if I needed the SUV or if the car was okay. And I'll come back tomorrow and I'm buying one. I mean, his GM was F-bombing him like all over the place. Cause why are you letting him leave? Yeah, He's like, I know the guy. I know he's coming back. I know he's my client. Yeah, he was just F-bombing him across the place. And I told him then, I said, this is the last car I'm buying from you because of him. So he changed dealerships and I started buying cars with him. You didn't do that, did you? You didn't F-bomb people across the hall when they. I don't know. I'm not feeling confident that the answer's no. Everybody about done with the exercise? Anybody scare yourself with the exercise? Did anybody look at it and start going, my kids are just going to have to be smart. I'm not paying for their school. Not doing it. Any ahas pop up when you're looking at this?
It's achievable.
Well, everything's achievable if you're willing to do what it takes. And I would say everybody in here on this Zoom, in this classroom, all things are going to be achievable because you said yes to come to this class. So that says a lot. Right? And I appreciate all of you for coming to this class and listening to me talk. Way too much. Next week you get to listen to Brian talk. Because the staff has to listen to me talk next week. Unless you'd rather have a time management class. That's fun.
Might be handy.
Well, we'll have it soon. I'm gonna make Brittany teach it. Brittany, you're teaching time management, huh? Did you say absolutely, Brittany? I think she said no comment, but Brittany would be a great teacher. As soon as she learns she'll be a great teacher, she'll be a great teacher. Same with Tiffany. We're getting Tiffany up here to teach.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like what? But so she's ready. I need to just
It
name
was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
So seriously, any ahas from this? I know Lindsay said it's achievable. David, do you have any ahas from doing that? It's achievable? Yep. Anybody on Zoom?
Nope, I need to go work. I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
Darn expensive.
What's that, Claire?
I know, darn expensive.
You
So
say
like-
you're
If this is more than just like a 1 year goal, then it's
More than-
obviously doable, but
yeah. Good, good. Well, thank you guys. To achieve success, you need motivation, inspiration for doing it. And that's your big why. We all have to have a big why. And that's why we wake up every morning. Why do we go to work? And it's more than just your kids. It's everything you just wrote down is your big why. I have one that I tell when my wife's usually not in the room, but I'll tell it now, is I have a big why to get the courage to fly to Ireland. Because both of us have Irish backgrounds. And I love golf. And that's a long flight over a lot of water. So I may have to start drinking. Maybe something that had to happen, but that's something that I'm working toward personally. So in the last activity, you estimated how much you'd like to earn to pay for the things that are important to you. So let's get real about how commissions work, right? Many new agents get the check for their first closing, pocket it all. Because it's a chunk of change, right? A lot of those are like 7-8 grand. And then get in trouble down the line. So let's talk about where the money goes and how much will actually be going towards your goal. So these numbers are very general and are meant only as an example, okay? Because different market centers have different commission splits. You all know ours, you all know what yours are, and that's what's important. So where do the commission dollars go? They go to the other agent, they go to the market center, they go to your business expenses, they go to taxes. I'm gonna say that twice. Taxes, we don't tax you. You've got to pull money out of each closing for taxes, put it in a tax account, and get your buddy that lives 2 hours away to have to come sign for it to take it out. That's it. Don't touch the tax account. And then you get your take home. Remember, this is a business. Treat it like a business. You should have at worst a separate checking account for all your real estate business. You should talk to your CPA and or accountant to get an LLC. So in the last activity, you estimated how much you like to earn again. So we're seeing a lot of it go away, right? I'm clicking every time I click, there's a little bit going away. Is that kind of scary? So typically, I'm gonna back it up. So typically, a total commission split, if you're like a buyer's agent or a listing agent on a team, is sometimes about 50-50 with the team. Okay, all of you in here, I think are solo agents, right? Right. So this doesn't technically apply to you, but we're still gonna show it to you. So then if I click it again, market center is still gonna take a little bit too. You gotta split with the team when you're on a team and split with the market center. For those of you thinking, wow, that's giving a lot of your money up, the team gives value to where you're still making the money you want to make, right? Because you may be doing only this part, and the team's giving you value with education. They're giving you value by doing your marketing for you, doing your transaction coordinating for you. They're doing the signs for you, really, and they're giving you leads, right? There's value to being on a team. Sometimes you like being solo, and that's fine. So if you click again, you got to take taxes. So finally, you get your share. Is that kind of frightening? How big your share is? Now, as a solo agent, that's going to look a lot different. Your share is going to be closer to probably half when it's done. After you do expenses, taxes, and everything, your share is probably going to be 50%. And that's the way I would look at it. I would set up my bank account every time I make a commission deposit that X percent, whatever you and your CPA agree to is wise, automatically goes into another account. And then your bank can set that up to where every deposit that goes there, every deposit that goes there. So you don't even see it. Does that make it easy on everybody? So another question you'll ask, and you can figure that out with Brian or I, how many houses must you help buy or sell in the next 12 months to reach your net income goal? So if you got this simple example, right? You know, the average sale price in our market in Allen County, it's about 300,000. Right, so that'd be a $9,000 commission, which is almost on par with this, isn't it? And the average commission rate at 3%. Commissions are negotiable. I want to say that out loud. You don't have to charge 3%, charge what you want. I know there's agents, I'll brag on Vandegrift, he actually on his listings averages about 3.5%. But it's the value you provide. So we'll say average commission of 3%. Which gross commission income is gonna be for us about $9,000 in Allen County. So if your net income goal is 100,000. Your company dollar and royalty, our cap here is not that number, it's closer to 18,000 instead of 30,000. Your business expenses. I'd probably say you're gonna be closer to, now you gotta think your business expenses are our office bill is a business expense. Your MLS dues are business expense. And then when you break down into it, like when you buy your signs, open house signs, they're all business expenses, right? Gas you use to drive. Unless you depreciate your car, that's all CPA stuff. So you gotta think all this is business expenses, right? You buy lunch for your clients, you buy coffee for your clients, your giveaways, business expenses. I doubt they would be $50,000. But we'll use that as I'd probably say closer to 25,000 on the high end. That's 2,000 a month plus a little bit. Total gross commission income of $180,000 on an average commission of 9,000. You see how they got that total gross commission income of 180, 100 plus 30 plus 50. You see that? So they're saying to reach that number of 100,000 income, you'd have to have a total gross commission income of 180,000. At $9,000 per average commission, you'll need to sell 20 houses. So about 1.5 a month. Does that seem achievable? That's averaging 3 appointments a month. So you see how easy it is to earn 100,000 plus. Just get 3 or 4 appointments a month. Statistically, you'll make your money. Does that make those goals seem a little more or less achievable? Because if you feel like, well, I can do 3, I bet I can do 6. Now you're making 200 grand. Actually, you're making more because everything else is 100% uncapped. So everything else is 100%. So I'll say you can do your vision here, but I would say do that with Brian or me, and we'll walk through and tell you exactly what it is with exact numbers. Is that okay? Is that okay with you in Zoom land? Y'all pretend like you're in the room. You can just blurt out. You don't have to wait. All right, we're about done with the first section. Let me get some ahas about the whole segment today. And don't make me point. Because I'm not shy, am I, Tiffany?
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, Stephen, what's your biggest aha for today? For that class, I should say, not today. Still have a couple segments to go through.
I like the exercise about just adding up all the stuff that like you want to pay off and then knowing like the total you need to make down the road. That was good. Instead of looking at it, but just for this year, looking at it like overall.
Because then you can say, well, so for the next 5 years, I need to sell this much. And I
Right.
can do like 10 this year, 15 next year, 20 next year, and I'll reach my goal.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. Kate, what about you? I'm going through the Zoomers, so y'all prepare. I got 5 of you. Kate, did you hear me? Oh,
Sorry, I had to walk around. I had to walk away to wake my daughter up from a nap real quick.
it's okay.
What was the question?
What's your biggest aha from the first section?
I agree, and I heard who was speaking, but I didn't see who was speaking. As far as the activity of what I want to pay off and things in the next couple of years. I, like somebody else, have college to pay for my daughter, but I would also like to put a big chunk of it back in savings. So I added that in there too.
Good. Good, thank you. All right, Tiffany, it's your turn. I know you're only on here for a little bit, but
Oh,
you still
that's,
have,
yeah. I would say just, it's a constant reminder. We talk about our big whys all the time, but it's always just good to continue to remember what your big why is. It's easy to forget when you're zooming around and, so I don't know. The big why was a big, is always a big thing for me. It just kind of, for some reason it calms me and just allows me to sit on that foundation of why I do what I do. And then also I will reiterate what everyone else said, actually writing it down. I've written down this model a bazillion times, but the one thing that I found out about expenses, it always changes. If I go back to my notes from 3 months ago when I did this, Ben, that you had us do about the things that we want to pay off, my numbers are always changing. And so looking at this, it just makes it, real again. And again, kind of gives me that foundation to continue to operate and model after and strive for. So.
all right, well, thank you very much. And Claire may be a good candidate for the culture committee, by the way. She's interested in Red Day.
Hey, Claire, we ready for you, girl. Come on.
Okay, I went ahead and put the date in my phone, so
Awesome.
it said it was this second.
Welcome. We love to have you be a part.
So,
Okay.
all right, so since you're already talking, Claire, what was your biggest aha from that part?
What everyone else is saying, and then kind of what Tiffany said, like, I know just from this past weekend, like there's just an idea for like a vacation where it's like, oh, that would be nice, but it's like it's also gonna take some money. And then I added another one to my list that was never really on the radar. And of course it just added more money to what I would have to pull off. So
No, it's okay. It's good to know what you need. I mean,
yeah.
it's so much easier to set your business goals if you know what you need. All right, Brittany, it's your turn. Are you there, Brittany?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So what was your biggest aha?
Um, I mean, I would say the most important part is committing to the self-mastery.
Yeah, that's a great part. I would agree. Don't try to master everything at once, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. You're good. David, what's your biggest aha from the first segment?
I would say probably me opening my eyes to having to always wanting to learn things that we
Mhm.
this it's not constantly changes, it always in my areas.
Yeah,
Point of view, so I think that's probably the biggest thing that's ever.
you look at the way business changed last year in the middle of the year because of that settlement. We had like all new forms in the middle of the year, whole new way to do business, that we had to do business. So we always got to be prepared for that. Devin,
Well, that's kind of a combination of things. One is, engagement. I really, you and I have talked so much about, I wasn't sure if this is something that was for me until I went to the convention and my daughter says, you drank the Kool-Aid, Mom.
yeah, for now.
Yeah, for the moment.
Yeah.
But,
The Kool-Aid tastes good though, doesn't it?
it does. It gave me a whole different perspective going to family reunion on what KW has to offer. And I went with the thought of I need to find my place in this company. I watched Ben do it for 5 years. I wanted to get away from physical work on my body and geared towards quality family life. So, I mean, just sitting here, commitment's one thing, but then on the way back from family reunion, Ben and I sat and he actually, what we just did here. He sat with me on the plane and I said, okay, how many houses do I need to sell? What do I need to do? So everything he just said, you need this many, you need 3 appointments to close this, to do this. We did that on the plane on the way back and I've committed that sense. Like that's just. I had a paradigm shift to go to family reunion. You have the opportunity to go. It's life changing.
Yeah, I would agree, family and mega camp, both are,
I don't know about that yet.
yeah, but thank you. Lindsay?
The same thing I said, how achievable it is. I mean, it really doesn't seem hard when you break down the numbers in the brass tacks. It almost seems like, it's too simple if you break it down into achievable numbers. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to pay way too many debts all right off the bat. It's just achievable.
Yeah, Brittany said she's so proud and excited for you, Devin. What about you?
I mean, there's always new goals to reach, like Laura said, there's always something new every year,
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Stop learning.
Yeah, never stop learning, and these money goals are gonna change too, right? In 2 years, you may have new things you wanna add to it. You might have taken some stuff away already, but you may have added to it as well. Jared, what about you?
The big difference between earning $1 million and netting $1 million. My goals are
Different.
not achievable without the help.
Yeah, it's really hard to be to net $1 million without a team. I would almost say impossible, but nothing's impossible, right? There's an agent in California. She was a solo agent and had 7 admins. She averaged 1.5 closings a day in Los Angeles. That was her average, 1.5 a day for the year, business year, not 365, but the business year about 220. And she went to every listing appointment and every buying consult and every closing.
She sleep.
She was obviously single,
Yeah.
or she ended the year single, one of the two, I can promise you that. But that's the only way you can do it without having a team around you to be with some buyers agents and listing agents and stuff. But one step at a time.
But no, I did like the framework that she had posted up there, because I think that $100,000 mark is like an arbitrary goal for everybody that gets into real estate.
That's pretty much what most people say when they walk in, anywhere from 75 to 125. So
Problem is that 100,000 just doesn't go as far as you sit.
no, yeah, not if you want. But some people, that's fine, I mean, you gotta think there's some people who've lived, I mean, it's 100,000. If I think about in Western Kentucky, if we made 100,000, 150,000 in Western Kentucky, we could have almost anything we wanted, couldn't we? I mean, we had a $250,000 house, is 2,500 square feet with a 900 square foot 3-car garage on an acre of land at the top of the hill.
I need to move.
What's that?
I need to move.
But I was saying that,
But you're right.
You want to pay for your kids' college.
Well, that's 100,000.
That's 100,000 bucks.
Yeah, right there. Right.
So if you make 100,000 and then get whacked 30% taxes, whatever,
Right,
I get to do that.
right, exactly. That's what
You break it down through your years. How old are your children? How long do you have to make this money for each child? You break it down and put it in savings for a year.
Yeah.
So if you've got 10 years, you've got 10 years to put that in there.
Right.
So,
Yeah, or if you got 2 years, you better go out and start selling something. Ryan, what about you? Thanks, Jared. Thank you.
Just challenging your limiting beliefs and breaking through. I think that's something I battle with daily, and that doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you'll struggle through it until you're done. You'll have limiting beliefs till you finish. So I've been in sales since I was literally 13 years old, which is 43 years of sales, literally. What? And then, I still get limiting beliefs sometimes just about making a phone call. I don't know. Still goes through my head. but I got the discipline now where I still make that phone call. You know, it's about, it's more than motivation, it's discipline. Manuel, thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, the biggest offer is the importance of goal setting and figuring out baseline more than that. Reviewing, you know, going back over someone's talking about, maybe not going back or reading. It's very important, more than just a once a year, you know, like we do the business planning clinic or whatever we do. Something like this, that we go back and review our goals, write them down, reiterate, you know, what is motivating me to be in this, and put it in perspective, like you were saying, how easy an accomplishment actually is. You know, because I imagine I'm not the only one, that many people here, when they were writing down, you know, that exercise we do when you're writing down, okay, this is what I want to do, this is how much it's going to cost, this is the total I need to make, and a lot of people were probably feeling internally motivated. Pretty accomplished. It sounds difficult, I think, if you break it down like you were saying, 3 to 20 minutes a month, you know, which anybody can do. So, but it's important to remind yourself, and, you know, I would encourage you to probably daily try to rewrite your goals. Put it for perspective why you're doing this and remotivate yourself. So, probably my biggest takeaway.
Yeah, put them where you can see it. Stick them on your bathroom mirror so you can look at them every day. Remind yourself of goals. Great. Well, we're gonna go on a break for a few minutes. I know it's lunchtime. Zoomers are coming back, I assume. So what do we think is a good time? How much time do we need to break for a quick little lunch? Do we want to take like a full 20, 30 minutes, or do we want to take about 15 minutes and have a working lunch?
Good for me.
We'll take about 15 minutes. Is that okay? All Zoomers okay with 15 minutes?
Yep, sounds good.
We'll make it 12:30, 17 minutes, 12:30, we will start back.
There's a pizza.
Yeah, you can go a block down there, rent a pint and slice. Yeah, Devin likes pint and slice. I'm gonna go ahead and get the next one ready. Nope, that's not the one. I'm ready, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where's your code? Hold out there.
I don't even think
Do I
I
have
put it
to
in.
sign in here?
Okay. Yeah, I'm updating.
Do I need?
So they would choose what they want. It's better to go over the programs. I don't do what's best for you. I'm still looking here about guidance and stuff. Yeah.
I know. I'm briefly email.
Yeah, which is coming, we're starting to. Yeah, that's. Oh, for that, practical start. Really are. That's all good. Yeah. You bet. That thing. That is why. I'm back your way. Yeah. Yeah. This. You gotta still do less. Yes, yeah. It's just which one, yeah, there's a lot of stuff there that first, like I focus on it, yeah, that's what my board is right now. That's what my, since we're buying, but you get on it, it's like, go over the doors, go up the south bed, or all the way over. Go down to Newcastle. Maybe yeah, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's got its own yeah, but so it's weird to look at that. They used to cooperate on that. I changed from recently, so I don't know. I'm not really up there. Election around so you can sell it. Like I got the other yeah. 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 That way they're working with you, I just have to have well, it's will be transparent. I'll show you the process works. Yeah, they say he doesn't have his license yet, I don't know. That's why you we are slightly with his license. Yeah, and he just did it, and I was there, so I learned about the process. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We go out together. And we don't trust it. That's all we're going to do. Just why that's why you got to be generate. So if you're the agent too, have your process. Why? They all makes it. It's you go on an agent still. You know, yeah, you gotta keep this little ball down. You gotta stay hot.
I think we're in that.
Morning.
Good morning. Lindsay.
I'm Dave Graining.
Oh, hi, nice to meet you. Lindsay Peterson. I saw him over the weekend. Yeah,
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Well, I recognized the name, so I figured I had met you, but we just hadn't officially.
Yeah. So where did you, yeah.
Oh, Meriwether. I was thinking of, Meriwether. Yeah. But I was not able to get a hold of the other guy yet, but I mean, I think maybe, yeah. So like when you asked me where I was doing up with South Man, I different like that.
Oh, it's
Good.
you walk around into the kitchen, left and sink, it's a high score, right there.
Oh, that's.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm not in the listing. Maybe it has a fire. So, yeah. 4, 7. And so it's healthy because, you know, seeing the comparables even for myself, like, yeah. When you buy a new build, it's already, there's a lot of those new build first, you know, and. In that case, it's something like a. For that kind of price, you know what I mean? So I can't really believe it's a fix that.
Okay, that's.
Oh, that's my.
Even talking.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to, if you don't mind having. I love you. Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah. Oh.
Eat, talk with my mouth full.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Been here.
You're already.
I didn't realize it was this getting colder.
I thought it was warm up.
Me too. I didn't want to sit down and eat this in front of.
Oh, you're fine. I think tomorrow's supposed to be warmer. I know it's supposed to get warmer this week for sure. At least a couple days.
Right.
So what I just gathered out of this is your new to being a real estate agent also.
I got my license last summer. Went through some of the training, but really wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it. And then I was actually gonna ask for my license. And,
What did that mean?
just put it on hold.
Oh, I see, okay.
And then I, decided that I was gonna go ahead and do family reunion. Like,
Change your whole mind.
yeah, changed my mindset.
Come on, you're in it to win it. Gotcha. Well, welcome aboard.
I got built it from there.
Hopefully I'll get to go to the
I
one.
just
I would have loved to go to the one in Vegas.
wish I would've had
That's
the-
what I'm looking for.
at the time, or the,
I was like, man, maybe in 2 more years they go do.
Well.
still let go a little bit.
Yeah.
further, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I do it?
Yeah. What's the cost on something like that?
Early bird was what?
For family reunion,
Yeah.
$8.99.
That's not-
Then if you get a roommate.
Well, say we got a hotel that's $400 for the whole week.
Yeah. So the $8.99 just cover the
The
reunion?
ticket into family reunion.
Ticket into?
But truthfully, whoever they have as the guest speaker, you'd usually pay more just to see that person.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody back?
But they might.
Yeah.
And you're not doing Ignite at 9 on Mondays now, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it's the way we want to try to do it this session. It's too hard to do. If we did it at night, it'd be from 5 to 10.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
It'd be more of the Ignite slumber party.
Yeah.
Cause if I'm teaching from 5 to 10, I'm probably sitting here asleep.
Yeah, well, yeah. I know, 7:30 PM, then my mind's not working the same way.
His house is nice.
Just got a text from a number that I don't know that said, my car broke down. Can you come help me? All right, we're gonna get started. I did say 12:30 and it's 12:31. So we can, anybody mind if we chew and work? Nope, I guess this side of the room is still chewing. And we'll just get going. So second part is embrace your job. Give it a hug, love it. So I only have to look one direction now, all right? So we discussed the value prop of being a part of Keller Williams, essentially a lot that Keller Williams has to offer as the company. In the second session, we're going to cover the key priorities a real estate agent has and discuss what it takes to become a great agent. So this is weird. I'm not doing that. It's got notes on here for the class number. So I don't like that. Sorry. I'm editing this as I go. So have you met with an accountability partner? Have you met with Brian?
Yeah.
Yep. Have you, David? Or you're working with Brittany directly, so you're not meeting with Brian. So even if you don't have a coach, which I think you should have a coach, I would at worst get an accountability partner that you can as well reach out to, on a weekly basis, let them know your goals and say, help me make sure I reach these goals. That's essentially what that paragraph was. So today, we're going to learn to apply the 6 core competencies of a business. We're going to recognize our role as a fiduciary for our clients. And we're going to review the success system, which we'll talk about at the end, the daily success system, which we thought about. And what it'll ask at the beginning of every Ignite class, think about what you want to learn from the class. And if it doesn't get answered, ask that question at the end during the aha section. Does that make sense? So we're going to learn. This is a quicker class, this part of it. So sections 2 and 3 are a little bit quicker. So what part of being a real estate agent excites you the most? I'm right here. I'm sitting in the chair.
Several pages in, we went into the next.
I'm in 2. Yeah, Ignite session 2. Yeah. So what part of being a real estate agent excites you the most? Nobody's excited about being a real estate agent. I like it.
Do you enjoy going?
Go ahead, Claire.
I really do enjoy going and looking at houses.
Yep. Oh, that's good. That's good. Anybody else? Tiffany, did you have one? I saw you grinning.
The relationships, the people that you get to meet, and you play a significant role in helping families accomplish, their goals. So
Yeah, probably their biggest purchase they'll ever make.
yeah, for sure.
Mhm. Yep. So it can be very rewarding having a career in real estate, right? And it's hard. Being an agent gives you the opportunity to support someone in making one of the most important decisions of their life. And it allows you to be a consultant toward that. Build relationships and live a big life if you so choose. The 6 core competencies of business, which come from Gary Keller and the book Shift. If y'all don't have a book named Shift, let me know and I'll get you one. The 6 core competencies of business are the priorities that you must focus on as you run and grow your business. So we'll click. Here are the 6 core competencies of business. You're an independent business person, and it's important to understand the components of your job, right? Essentially, you're it. You're the business owner. You're the CEO of your real estate company. You find the pizza place? Oh, you Jimmy John's.
Yeah, I was They're not freaking.
So the 6 core competencies are lead generate, lead capture, and convert to appointments. Present to buyers and sellers and get agreements. Show buyers and market sellers. Write and negotiate contracts. Coordinate the sale to closing and manage your money. So we reviewed the overall path of Ignite, and you can see that we will cover all of these competencies as we go through this section. It's probably kind of the 6 core competencies of any business, and not just your real estate business. I mean, David, you're in the restaurant business a little bit. Would you say that there's anything on here that you don't do in the restaurant business at all? It all pretty much relates, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Cause I mean, you have to lead gen for restaurant business. It's different than we lead gen in real estate business, but
I gotta do it, maybe that shouldn't have been.
you still have to market and advertise, put signs up,
All of that.
try to direct people to your business. It's not necessarily door knocking and cold calling people, but you're lead generating in a different way. Just like if you're a doctor and you open a doctor's office, you're gonna advertise your business so people will come to it. That's lead generating. That's all it is. It's a different form. All right, the first competency is your first priority. After all, if you have no leads, it's kind of hard to do business. I don't care how good you do with contracts. I don't care how good you are at negotiating, closing. If you don't ever get to the appointment, you're gonna struggle to have a business. I mean, that's just the honest fact. You must have leads to sustain a thriving business. You will learn, and it will be repeated over and over again, that your number one job is lead generation. It's the daily practice of taking or talking to people about buying and selling real estate. Capturing is about obtaining accurate contact information, like name, phone number, email, home address, and any other data the person's willing to divulge or you already know. Capture also means adding new people to your business database so you can converse with them and provide value. Another important component of lead generation and capture is that you ask for permission to stay in contact with each person. You'll learn more about the importance of this step as we explore lead generation later at Ignite. Finally, you want to convert to the appointment. Capturing leads is wonderful. However, the ultimate goal is to find active buyers and active sellers and set an appointment to meet and agree to work together in the buying or selling of real estate. Remember, we're learning and building on each new skill as we advance through the entire course of Ignite. This is why it's important to attend every session and to complete the course, which I know everybody will. We're gonna do a graduation, whole 9 yards. We're gonna have some fun. Blowout party. We're gonna have like water and salads. It's gonna be amazing. Tiffany's laughing. She's no, I'm not eating a salad. Any questions about the first competency? Who has fears around the first competency? Lead generating. Me, Claire, who has fears around the first competency? Lead generating, lead capture, and convert.
Me too.
Yeah, and so anybody that doesn't raise their hands is pretty much lying a little bit, because anybody tells you they love lead generating, especially the way you think of it initially, is probably telling a small lie. I love the results of lead generating because it gets you your business. But the actual calling the FSBOs or calling the expireds or door knocking or setting up the events could be fun. And they can be boring because you can wait for hours with nobody coming by your tent, or they may not show up to your movie thing on time, or there's so many things you worry about. I think Aaron's getting a ticket over there. But lead generation is scary at the end of the day because we all hate rejection. And we feel like if somebody says no, that's a rejection. But it's not. Right, it's just one call closer,
Yeah.
okay. Everybody will buy or sell a house every 7 to 10 years. So eventually they're gonna need you, just maybe not right now. That make sense?
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
The second core competency is to present buyers and sellers and get agreements. Oh, we gotta type, oh, Steve wants in, oh, he capitalized his name for this one. There we go. Hey, Steven.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. The second core competency, of course, is to present to buyers and sellers and get agreements. This is about your skill during the appointment to get the buyer or seller to sign to work with you, whether they're signing a BEAC for the buyer side or they're selling that listing agreement. And as we talked about earlier, it's best to get them to sign at that moment. And sometimes they'll be reluctant and you've got to learn how far can I push before they're going to tell me, get out of my house. Yeah, does that make sense? You've got to learn, okay, I'll call you tomorrow or, and I would do that. If they don't sign then, say, I will call you by Monday, or let's set another appointment for Monday, for example, and we'll see what we need to do then. But getting those agreements signed, of course, appointment, step one, we've already learned the numbers, 75% of the buyers, one appointment, 81% of the sellers, just one appointment. So getting there is the most important thing. Getting them to sign it, now they're your customer. Now we're gonna show buyers and market sellers. We all know what showing buyers is. That's the fun part, right? We love showing houses. It's kind of neat to go in other people's houses. That's what we do for a living. We take strangers into strange people's houses. And also marketing listings for the sellers. We've got to learn and show people that we're going to do a better job than the next person to get your house sold. We're going to do a great job. I'm going to do a great job of marketing your house. You know, of course, like every agent, it's going to hit the MLS, which means it's going to hit, you know, every one of the sites, your Zillows, your homes.com, realtor.com, you know, every realtor that puts it in the MLS, it's going to go to those. Here's what I'm going to do that's going to stand out. I'm going to market your house this way as well. I'm going to do an open house, which means I'm going to door knock to tell people about your house. I'm going to send out flyers. I'm going to do Facebook ads. I'm going to do targeted Facebook ads. I'm going to email my entire database every week to let them know that this house is for sale. And those are all the fun parts. This was always my fun part in sales in my business, negotiating and writing contracts. This is a big responsibility and one that many new agents are concerned about and anxious about completing, particularly in their first contract. Negotiating is another competency that requires practice, calm, and a win-win mindset. Negotiating can be scary. And sometimes if you feel like you're getting pushed around, you know, call Brian, call myself, call Lee, call an agent in this room and say, hey, this is what's going on. What should I do? Don't be afraid to ask those questions. The worst mistake you can make is try to do something and you don't know exactly what you're doing. Would you agree, Michael?
Absolutely. Don't feel scared to say there's so much in real estate. I mean, I brought stuff to James Reeser and he's been like, I don't even know that. Let's figure it out. You know, you're never gonna know everything.
Yeah, don't be afraid. I don't know, but I'll get back to you. It's a very powerful sentence.
So these, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
These contracts, they're in our command through,
DocuSign.
yeah, DocuSign, thank you. But I mean, should we be printing them out so that we can fill them out and have them signed on the spot?
You can print them out digitally, either one. So yes, there's people that are different, right? You're gonna have people that want to do wet signatures. They're gonna want to see them. There's agents that are different. They like to have each thing printed out. Some agents I know that will print them out on the laptop and show them. And when they're ready to sign, you just hit that button to send it. So they sign it and you sign it. Because if they do it digitally, you both automatically have copies.
Right.
Does that make sense? But people do it differently. Michael, how do you do it, Michael? And I'm relying on Michael's, he's got a lot of closing.
Purchase agreements, I typically, when I'm showing out, I do it that way, I'll show it to them and pick out the things they need to do. On listing agreements, a lot of times I wet sign, but I always have a purchase agreement, a listing agreement, and a buyer agency agreement. In my black portfolio thing, so I can wet sign if I need to, but I would prefer DocuSign, because like you said, then they have a record, you have a record, and I can say that I didn't change anything.
And you do that right in front of them, not send in the DocuSign like after you leave?
It depends, I do it case by case, most of the time I'm doing a wet signature, sometimes it'll be, I'll go through the document with them. Like on a house, typically I'll go through the document while we're at the showing, and then I'll say, hey, I'm gonna get back to the office, I'm gonna write this up, send it over to you.
That's, okay,
And I do it over the phone, and I just ask them, I'm big about, I ask every single question, so that's why you gotta go to contracts class. To know what every question means, because there's a lot on there.
Mhm.
It's not just about price, you always gotta tell people, purchase agreements, the price is only one section of 9 pages.
right,
The rest of it is all those contingencies and knowing what they mean.
makes sense.
Yep, documents classes are. Thank you, Michael.
Yes, thank you.
Now, the fifth competency is about getting the deal all the way to closing. Where the buyer gets the new keys to their home, or the seller releases the home to the buyers, and you get paid. What's the favorite part of that? That's right, and then rhetorical question kind of. Keep in mind that not all deals make it to closing. You know, because then it's for a variety of reasons. It takes skill. And this is why it's one of your core competencies, right? Like reminding your client, don't go buy a car while you're under contract. Don't go buy a bunch of furniture until the house is closed. Don't open new credit cards, you know, don't make any major deposits. Don't make any major withdrawals. Keep it kind of status quo until you're closed. The sixth one is about managing your money. You've already learned from the previous session that the paycheck you get upon closing is not to be put in your pocket and spent. There's expenses that are going to come out of that paycheck. There's a KWU course called Agent Financials. I think actually we just taught that last week, but we're going to teach it every quarter.
Hey, actually, this is Steve Schemeyer. I think you were trying to get one. Good, how are you?
Mindset matters. When anybody disagree with that, in any part of business, any part of life, mindset matters. If you go into something thinking negatively, you're probably going to get something negative out of it. Do you agree or disagree? It's a very essential part of your job is your mindset. Your mindset each and every day. You know, we talked about mindset on day one with the belief system and the 6 personal perspectives. Can anybody remember any of the 6 personal perspectives? Anybody? Zoomers too.
With seller concession of 7,500.
There's Steven's on the phone. All right, so just after an hour, we can't remember the 6 person. I struggle. Turn back. How about self-mastery? Learning based. Moving from entrepreneurial to purposeful. What's that? 80-20 principle. Yeah, say all you have to do is kind of turn back in here. Yeah, it's important to keep your mindset programmed to success and continue to believe in yourself. You're going to get down in this business. You're going to have your ruts. You're going to have your times where people don't answer the phone, that people say no, that people cancel appointments on you. It's going to happen. And that's okay. Because if you keep doing your consistent daily activities, it'll all work out in the end. It always will. Always will. If you stay consistent with all the boring stuff, you will succeed in this business because you're doing more than 90% of all the agents that are out there already. I promise. Adopting a mindset and a philosophy of contributing to the lives of other people allows you to be direct and to the point in your interactions with others, right? With the focus on contribution and being of service, you'll communicate more effectively with customers and win their hearts and minds. That quickly being said, People smell commission breath. They smell it. They know it. If they have any inclination that you're just out to make money off of them, they're gonna use the person that's willing to help them. And the person that's willing to help them will make more money off of them than you will coming off as just being money based. Because that way, now that Lindsay is willing to help me and she's stepping out and she's going above and beyond and she's giving me a service, I'm probably gonna give her all of my business. I'm gonna give her all of my friends' business. I'm gonna give her all my family's business. But if you're just working to get me to close and get a check, you're transactional, not relational. And transactional people do not keep people in business. They're not repeat customers. You see that in the car business, don't you? Yeah, so it's, you've got to be relationship based. You've got to connect with these people. Right? You got to show that you're here to help. You're not here to earn them. They know you're here to earn them. You don't have to remind them of that. So some other realities about being a real estate agent, right? Let's see. See if there's anything else I don't want to say here real quick. Okay, in your participants guide, do you all have this question? You know, how long on average does it take to get a buyer or seller to sign a contract for a sale or listing?
I'm sorry.
I love where you're at. What's that?
18 months.
18 months? And so let me re-ask the question. How long on average does it take to get a buyer or seller to sign a contract for a sale or a listing? It's 1 to 60 days or more, depending on how much time you put into lead generation every day and how many appointments you go on. Now, what I like about what Lindsay said, 80% of all your deals will come after the 8th conversation you have with them. It's about follow-up. Only 2% of your deals will come on the first conversation. So it's follow-up. Fortune's in the follow-up. What's that?
Question's too ambiguous. The question needs further, it needs clarification. Because I'm right and you're right. It takes 60 to 90 for a new agent to get a client. But typically it takes a buyer or seller 18 months
Mm-hmm.
for your initial contact.
Yes. I don't disagree with any of that. How long does it take for a transaction to close and for you to get paid? We got 90 days. Do we have anything else? 45 days.
Yeah, you got a USDA.
And guess what?
30.
They're both probably right. You got a cash deal, sometimes it can happen in a week. Yeah, you know, there's depends on that. But
Yeah.
but what I would tell people is you assume if you're budgeting 45 days. Because if it's a conventional loan, it's 30 to 45 days, depending on your banker and depending on how well the buyer's done with updating all his stuff. And there's a lot of depends on it.
That's absolutely.
Right.
So I thought you meant from the time you say, okay, we're gonna look at our first house.
Oh.
to actually close.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I apologize. So how quickly do you want to get paid? Or how long can you go without a payday? You don't have to answer that one out loud. Because when you're thinking about that, you have to think, if it takes me 30 to 45 days to get paid, now how many clients do I have to work with and how consistently do I have to have them to make sure I'm getting a consistent paycheck? Does that make sense? Do I just need one paycheck a month? Then I need 2 appointments a month, and then in 60 days, I want to start getting 1 paycheck a month.
At 6 months, I'm broke, that's right. I was at 6 months.
Right. It can't be stressed enough how important it is that you develop your skills in these arenas so you can get paid and be successful in this business. Lead generate every day. Build your database of contacts. You should be adding people to your database daily. Communicate with people about real estate daily, one way or another. Again, it's not just phone calls, right? We can text message, DM on social media. You make posts for your marketing part. Commit to go on a lot of appointments and practice conversations to get better every day. You can script practice. I mean, you'll be able to script practice in your house. You got, get up there and go, what's that? What's that? Just hammer it down. What do you do when you call a for sale by owner? You practice, then it becomes fluid. The first time you do it, it's going to be choppy and you're going to be reading like I am a robot. But once you practice it and read it and read it and say it out loud and read it, it becomes you. And eventually it's like that game you remember playing where you'd say something on this side of the room, and by the time it gets to this side of the room, it's something completely different. That's what your scripts would be like, right? And the best way I've heard this explained is you look like a movie script. They don't necessarily always put exactly what the actors are always saying and doing. It'll say like, walk in a room. And if you give the actor Brad Pitt that line, he may do this. Or if you give Johnny Depp that line, he'll do something completely different. Which is why great actors make the roles. The role doesn't make the actor. Does that make sense? Which is the same with scripts. People who practice scripts the most and know the scripts the best make the better real estate agents because they know what to say and when to say it and how quickly to say it. I can't encourage that enough. Oh, going crazy. On the right one. Say that. Yeah, I think I'm on the right one. Sorry. To achieve your highest potential, these 6 core competencies must be done consistently and done well. That's in Shift from Gary Keller. So any ahas from the first part there, those 6 core competencies? Zoomers are allowed to participate also. Oh, Brittany's coming back in. Nothing? Y'all gonna make me start calling on people. We'll be a quiet class. We're all friends here.
I would say, Ben,
Yep.
I would say, aha, and just another reminder that, when you talked about mindset matters.
Yep.
And, cause it's so true, the way in which, the way in which we think as agents, it really does. Mindset does matter. And then also in regards to relationships with our clients is that they can tell, like you said, the worst thing you can ever tell me is that I'm a salesperson. You're such a good salesperson. That is like the worst thing to say. I think that, we need to make sure that we are, adding value. And just a reminder too that, people know, they know when you are just trying to sell them a home for money. They know when you don't care and you're doing it just for the money only. So again, just a reminder, relationship matter and mindset matters, and how you treat people, is very important. People can smell fake and phony, a mile away. So it's important that we're authentic and we're genuinely doing this. The money will come, but making sure that you service your clients and taking care of them and doing the right thing is what's most important.
Yep, I agree. Thank you, Tiffany. All right, so the next step, we're going to recognize our role as the fiduciary for the client. We learned earlier how important it is to maintain a mindset focused on being of service. And let's imagine doing business with a company, for example, like a car repair company that doesn't really care about your needs. They just focus on getting the job done and getting paid. How many of you ever taken your car to the dealership and say, well, they only want to get this done to add more money to my bill? I mean, we've all done that, right? I don't really think it needs that. And that's because you don't trust the person that's doing it. Right? If you take it to somebody you know and trust, you don't question it. But if you don't trust them for whatever reason, so you always want to come across as that person that they trust, right? And that's the Tiffany's point. Now let's imagine doing business with a different car repair company, the one that listens to you, anticipates your needs, helps you make decisions, and educates you on the entire process. That's who we want to do business with. So the first company is acting as a functionary. Okay. The second company is acting as a fiduciary for the client. Well, you all learned a lot about the word fiduciary when you took the real estate class. Your role as a respected and successful agent is to be a fiduciary, and it's one of the code of ethics. In the MREA, Gary Keller explains a functionary is one who has a specific task relationship with their clients. They do the job, and that's it. While a fiduciary is one who not only does the task of the job, they are also in a high trust relationship with their clients and feel totally responsible for the outcome. Huge difference in those two. Why would a prospective buyer or seller prefer to work with an agent who presents themselves as a fiduciary over a functionary? It's because the fiduciary places their client's interest ahead of the others, right? Functionary, your interest is you.
Sure, get situations where clients can choose a function or functionary.
Yeah,
Utilize you. to Get the goal account.
yeah, I'm sure you're gonna run into those, absolutely. And you still wanna act in your appropriate way by just receiving their information. I look at that as like the engineers you might deal with, they're just, let's just get the job done meticulously and exactly the way I want to, because I've dealt with a lot of engineers in my life and they're never wrong. I'm not saying that negatively, it's just the way they work. Until they prove to themselves that they're wrong, and then they have to fix it. That's a whole nother story and a couple of sessions with the psychiatrist for me. And the two-way radio business, I had to deal with engineers all the time. All the time. But being a fiduciary is a big deal. And it's an honor, right? It's more important than ever in today's market to wear the badge of honor proudly. Helping your clients understand your fiduciary role is as big a part of what you offer as an agent as any. Uh-oh. Shh. Shh. Stop talking about James, he's here. Well, let's see what it wants to do. No, I don't know if we're gonna do this one or not. Nope. Can't do that one. Not enough people in the room. So that we're gonna dive back in a little bit to this one, the 6 core competency. Let's talk about how you serve as a fiduciary for the 6 core competency of business, managing the money. Managing your money means being responsible about how to handle your finances. Would you trust someone with such a high dollar purchase if they can't manage their own finances? If you knew, probably not, right? Of course, you're probably not gonna know that always. But in addition to giving you validity, managing your own money leads to financial security, right? Financial security provides you the freedom to be discerning about which real estate transactions you become involved in or not. I would say as a newer agent, I wouldn't pick and choose what real estate transactions you do. But as you get seasoned, you might go, well, I don't really want this $20,000 lot. I'm gonna refer this to somebody else to help their business law. Right?
You truly care about your customer, and you're not confident in that one area, probably should refer it out.
Yep, I would agree with that too. Or partner with somebody,
Yeah.
you know,
split.
partner with somebody and split it, 50-50 and say, hey, Jared, I'm not really experienced in condominiums. Would you mind helping me out in this one? And we'll co-list it. Does that make sense? And that way you're learning and both of you are getting compensated for it.
Right.
Mhm. Yep, I would agree with that too. There may be times you choose to decline a deal because it doesn't allow you to remain in high integrity also. If you're at a listing appointment and you've done your job and you know this house is gonna list for $350. And that guy says, I will not sell it for less than $425. Are you gonna list with that person? Will you put your sign in that yard knowing that it's overpriced by $75K?
Yes.
But tell them why, Michael. I wasn't looking at you in this one.
Because I will also put in further conditions that we are going to, that this home is probably going to need to reduce price to meet the market. And there will be a $3,500 marketing charge if you mutually release without just cause. Because I'll charge you and tell them that it's overpriced, and you need to come down. Because you still get calls from it, still always take a listing. But other people, the other way, I know people that'll say, don't take overpriced listings.
Yeah, well, and there's different mindsets around it, and that's kind of why I wanted Michael to answer, because that's his mindset around it. Some people have different ones, and they're all right, because it's your business. Does that make sense? There's not a wrong one.
Yes, that lands where the experience is.
Well,
Yeah.
I might be comfortable with it, but yet I understand what you're saying about having it signed in the yard. Those are so important.
Yeah.
and it could come to the time too that you're dealing with a seller that doesn't disclose things on seller disclosures that you know they should. Now you're dealing with an integrity issue. Are you putting your sign in that yard?
No, I'm changing that. No, you can't. No, that's.
Separate issue. But
Yeah.
yeah, because sellers will do that. You know, they will do that. And what I've seen so far on our end of it is, it's a lot of times those investment properties or the quick flips where the box that's there that shouldn't be there, don't know. You know, it can get you in trouble on both sides of it. And I'm not saying flipping's bad. I think it's great to flip a house. But I also think you should disclose everything properly. And I'm not trying to say that all flippers do that. I want to say that clearly. But we have seen a couple to where we've had an agent go to buy a flip house and a lot of things weren't disclosed and they found out after the fact, and it turns into a court case or arbitration first, then a court case, and then it's a pain in the butt. So the best thing is to do is to, as the agent, to make sure everything's 100% kosher all the time.
Well, if you're the agent too, you can't, you bought a house and then relisted it,
You
you gotta disclose it.
got to, yeah.
And if you're flipping it right, you should know.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not picking on all flippers by any means, but you know, and I know Emmanuel does a lot of construction work and flips some houses, and I know he does a great job. But you probably also seen where people and know people that probably have not done it 100% correctly. So I'm definitely never picking on everybody, but there are.
Y'all never lived there, you run into that a lot. That's what.
Yeah, when the seller doesn't live there, they may not 100% know.
I've seen cases. Oh, where. What? It was a disclosure issue where the seller never was right there. In my experience, the arbiter doesn't care, especially in the some kind of representing. That, it began the renovation process or something like that. So they not going to use that as an excuse in my experience for non-disclosure.
Well, if you're out of town.
Yeah, the only thing they care about is, okay, were you privy to the knowledge? They don't care if you didn't leave them. Okay, just because you're out of state, you're gonna say you didn't have like a construction company or a manager or a project manager or something that did not give you the knowledge that, hey, you have this issue. Or especially something obvious like, you know, like there's a wing or something to try to be or something like that. In my experience, the arbiters don't care if you didn't like that, they're just scared. You were privy to the knowledge. The only way you should put do not know is if you truly do not know. And people that put do not know for everything, it's like, you know, it's correct. Like, there's gonna be stuff that you know, okay, it's the electric, it's the roof. Unless you literally did a blind offer, never looked at the property, never seen any photos, you just did a blind offer bought it, never seen anything, never heard anything about the property, you immediately sold it after a blind offer. It's the only way you could truly not have everything.
That's where I was kind of glad Kentucky took the I don't know off the seller's disclosures. It's all yes or no. There's no other option.
That's if you don't know, find out.
Yeah.
We get it where they just cross them off, don't even do that, and just put a seller that lived there, which I always support them, but my buyer can get out for any reason because you didn't do that. That's the great thing about Indiana, I mean, buyer friendly state.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why that disclosure, yeah, go to contract, advise about disclosure, there's a lot involved with that.
I would agree. Thank you, Emmanuel. So now we're going to introduce you to our daily success system, which is going to be part of our Ignite course. You've taken Ignite with us before. We didn't incorporate this, but we are this time. And we're all going to support you in this journey, I promise. Nothing else about your business will have as big of an impact on it as the number of leads that you have. We talked about this, and if you talk to me more than 20 minutes about real estate, you're going to hear me say it over and over and over again. I apologize up front. Leads and appointments. It's the most important part of your business. You can be great at everything. If you don't get those, you still don't make any money. And the millionaire real estate agent, Gary Keller, states, what you have to embrace is the fact that it's the number of qualified leads you have that will either grow your business, keep your business, or put you out of business. Nothing else about your business will have as big an impact as the number of leads you have. Do I need to say it again? Anybody? Huh? Maybe? And again, don't put in your brain that it's just sitting making phone calls. There's different ways to get leads. Josh Brooks went to the Elkhart Fair, paid for a booth at the Elkhart Fair, had 36 active leads in 2 days. He sent 18 people to try to get approved for a loan in 2 days. Well, they all didn't get approved at the time, but they're all working to get their approvals. He got so much that the next 2 days that he was supposed to be there, he called Marlene Mast and said, hey, will you come sit at my booth because we have to have somebody there and I've got 36 I got to work on right now. So Marlene said, yeah, I'm going to. So she went and sat at the booth. So there are different ways to get leads. But you do need to do something every day to get leads. You got a look on your face, Michael. Did you want to say something?
She mentioned the 201 club. That's what kept going through my head.
Yeah, okay, we'll mention it. Go ahead.
And you know better than I do. I am way over 200.
Okay, so Keller Williams, what I'll tell you about the command for people that are in the command database and have their database updated correctly, we can see how many contacts you have in your database, right? I can't see who they are at all. No numbers, no names, nothing, but I can look and I can see Jared has 250 people in his database. I can look and see that. So using those numbers and then based on how much money people have made, Keller Williams has figured out that if you want to make at least $100,000, actually I think it's $113,000, you have to have 201 contacts in your database that you're reaching out to on a monthly basis. And there's a club that if you put at least 200 in your database, you're in the 201 plus club. And you get this little badge on your KW app. But if you do that, 200 people in your database, 201 people in your database, reach out to them daily or monthly, you will earn the money you want to earn. Now, if you want it more, then you need maybe 400, maybe 600, maybe 1,000. Got a buddy in Clarksville that's got 15,000 in his database that, yep, they reach out to at least on a monthly basis. His team does over $100 million in volume. But you grow to get to that point, right? I'm not asking you to put 15,000 people in your database today. I'm just saying everything is achievable if you're willing to do it.
But you have the constant contact.
Well, I would say, and that's a smart plan, neighborhood nurture, just something that you've devised that once a month you're reaching out. Doesn't matter what the email says, as long as they know it's from you. I'm a realtor, I'm here to help you. And that can be spring cleaning, time to clean your gutters. You know, don't forget the pipes could, you know, your faucets could freeze, put the faucet covers over them, which was new for me up here. We didn't know anything about that until I moved here. You know, whatever that can be, as long as you're staying in front of them until they reach out to you and say, hey, I think I'm ready to buy. And then you take them off of that smart plan and then you put them on the necessary smart plan that you're on, or you become the main contact person because they're ready to buy. Does that make sense? But if you at least reach out to everybody once a month, they're going to remember you're a realtor. And a great tip that I got from Travis Cox when he came up here to teach last year, said every email that he sends, the subject is always Travis Cox, realtor, Keller Williams, Louisville East. So it's a brokerage. Every email he sends, that's his subject line. Because he says, even if they look at it and delete it, they still see Travis Cox, realtor, Keller Williams, Louisville East. You know, that's his advice. But yeah, if you're not reaching out to a monthly, at least when they're ready to buy, do you think you're going to have the mind share? No, if you want to be in constant contact with them. Then Jennifer Lewis, friend of mine, my wife got to meet in family reunion. She's essentially the national head of team leaders at Keller Williams. Gave a great analogy to this. So if you're going shopping, I want to use Von Mar as an example, because my wife likes it when I go to Von Mar. If you walk into a store, any department store, what happens as soon as you walk in?
They greeted
They greet you, can I help you? And what do you say? Nope,
you.
just looking, right? Just looking. So you're that realtor now, okay? When they shop through the store and they find some clothes and they're ready to go check out, do they come to you because you say, can I help you? Or do they go to the person closest to them? 100%, they come to the person.
When they stick by you, ask you if you need anything, like 2 or 3 times later.
Yeah, but they will always just go whoever's the closest to them, or just walk up to the counter and wait for somebody to come check them out. But if you're the person like she just pointed out, if, can I help you? And you go, no, but I see you wandering and I see you put a couple of shirts on your shoulder or in your arm. Hey, let me grab those shirts from you, put them behind the counter. There's some pants over here that'll match. They walk over to the pants and say, hey, let me grab those from you so you don't have to carry them. You know, we just put some new stuff out here on clearance.
Become my person.
And now, yeah, you're giving them value and you're not pushing them, right? But when they go to check out, even if they walk up, they're gonna go, oh, it was Lindsay over here was helping me. So she'll get credit for the sale. That's who we wanna be. We don't wanna be the person, I don't know if you've ever shopped at a Journeys or something where they're just all over you, because you don't like that either, right? But you wanna be the person they think of when they're ready to buy. And that's why you wanna reach out to people at least once a month. Accountable people achieve results others can only dream of. So if you're constantly holding yourself accountable and you have somebody else holding you accountable, you will reach those goals that you wrote down on your little circle just a little while ago. Now I would say everybody on here choose an accountability partner in this room or on the Zoom. So Kate had to leave. Yeah, but we got Brittany, David, you got that handled? Yeah,
Pretty sure.
you got, all right. I'm more worried about what she's gonna do to you. I'm not worried about the other way. I know Brittany. I know. Yeah, she kind of scared me. I'm afraid of. Claire, you and Kate could probably be great accountability partners. But we got Tiffany Stevens up in South Bend, but accountability partners can be a phone call or a Zoom away too, right? But I would like for y'all to find an accountability partner in this room. So on Monday before this class next week, we can go over you all can go over your daily success system before we do it, because we're going to talk about it in the class. The more people that know your goals, the more people hold you accountable, the better chance you have of achieving your goals. And you're in a safe place here, so you can tell people when you're afraid. You can tell people why you didn't achieve your goals, and nobody's going to shame you. Nobody's going to make fun of you. We're going to try to help you do what you need to do to achieve your goals. Does that make sense? So please feel safe in that, except Tiffany. I'm the only one to see your face, Tiffany, so Tiffany's like, what? What'd I do? No, you know I love you, Tiffany. So I don't know. Pick an accountability partner. Like you two could be accountability partners right now. Devin's gonna pick me.
I'll make her do a 3 group with you girls.
Yeah, you three.
Don't make her do it.
I'm not making her, I'm just telling her she would.
Him already is one of my guys.
Yeah,
3 groups involved.
yeah, well, that's true. That's true. All right, I'm gonna pick Jared, you and Ryan could be accountability partners. Emmanuel, y'all got that covered? Okay, and you can jump in with the ladies here.
Not that I don't want to, but I already have 2.
You have 2?
Yes, I live with them.
Yeah.
No, seriously, when I. came
Yes,
back-
Claire. Yeah, Claire asked a question, I'm sorry. Yeah, you and Kate can be accountability partners for the daily success systems for this class. Is particularly what I'm referring to. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
When I came back from family reunion, the day after I came back, I sat down with Benjamin and said, this is what I'm doing.
That's son. So,
And I want you to be my accountability partner. I had already chosen him. And, daily he comes home. What'd you do? Did you get that done? Did you get this done?
Good.
He's in leadership at Walmart too. At the ripe old age of 22.
This hangs right on my desk. I get right to the right of my computer. I look at this every single day.
Yeah, this is the person you're gonna talk to when they're gonna say, did you have your 50 conversations? And you're gonna go, yes, I had 53. No, I had 35. Did you add 50 contacts to your database? Yes, I added 57. No, I only added 10. Right? This is what you're gonna do. And then you're gonna follow up. Great job. You did a good job. Progress over perfection. If you didn't reach the goal, what can I do to help you reach your goal next week? It's not very difficult, is it? There's no violence. No violence, Brittany, no violence. But it's just to help your partner get to the next level in their business. And it's a beautiful thing. So are we all good? Do we all have an accountability partner? I told you she'd choose me. I don't-
I just want to make sure you had options.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, I've got options.
Steven, we'll get you with Tiffany. I don't know where she must have ran away when I told her that she was gonna be mean to me. I'll get you Tiffany's number and yeah, she'll be a great accountability partner. All right, we've done all that. Done that. So here's the daily success system right here. And these are daily numbers, okay? And you should have this in there, right? Do you have this in there?
Yeah.
Okay, and we're counting these for 5 days, not 7 days a week. So I'm gonna walk over to the screen so I can point. I like to point. In conversations, phone, text, direct message on social media. Commenting on somebody's social media post does not count as a conversation. That's marketing. Okay, that's not a one-to-one conversation. So I wanna make, but anything that's one-to-one is a conversation. Door knocking, real estate, you know, if you're a line at Walmart, you hear somebody say, hey, the interest rates are high. You turn around and talk to them about it, that's a conversation. Any contacts added to your database? I guarantee you already that there's probably 50 people you know right now that's not in your database. Except for probably Michael's, I know his database. If you can add, well, he's got giant, like 5,000 people in his database. If you can add 50 people to your database, whether they're people in your phone book, or excuse phone book, my old Jared. If they're in your phone and that you don't have them in your database now, or people that you meet, get them in your database. That can be name, email. You have to have a name and you have to have a phone number or an email at minimum to put them in there. It's great if you have name, email, phone number, physical address. That way you can put them on a neighborhood nurture immediately. 10 handwritten notes. Is that scary to anybody? Do you think you can write 10 handwritten notes a day and mail or give to somebody? Do you know how people value handwritten notes? Who writes letters anymore? Nobody. It's a text anymore, right? An email. If you just take a card and write, hey man, I'm just glad I know you. Appreciate you a bunch. Whatever, mail it. Hey, thanks for doing business with me. You're an amazing client. Love getting to know you, whatever. 10 handwritten notes a day. Who thinks they cannot do that? Let me rephrase that. Who has a limiting belief around doing that? Because you can't do that. Well, why do you think you can't do it?
I can't, you know how few days, I've done that, maybe 5 days. I'm supposed to do it. It's on my list. It's hanging right next to my desk,
Right.
but it's harder than you think. And then your arm starts to hurt after a while.
But you just get under this right. Thank you.
I mean, tell me how many people have done it, ask on there, how many people have actually done that?
All right, let's see. Well, Brittany. How many times have you written handwritten notes and sent them out to people? Oh, hold on. She might have typed.
But done the 10 in a day. I mean, we all do it when you get a closing or, yeah, those are the easy ones.
Right. Yeah, it's easy to do it when you get a closing. She asked me over the years or this month, which of course it's day one of this month, business day. So she's written a bunch in March. We're gonna have questions. So February, Brittany, how about that for February? By the way, it's my birthday month. 25th of this month is my birthday.
Never let, trust me.
Yeah, all gifts are appreciated, nothing less than $100. I'm teasing, but I will talk about it a lot. And while Brittany's answering, team meeting is tomorrow. And it's there's an address at a house that we're going to. I sent it out to you in an email. And I think a text message. It's in the classes this week email.
They're gonna have green beer.
It's like, it's one of the.
Fat Tuesday tomorrow, I'm wearing my Fat Tuesday outfit, so don't feel bad if you wanna get your Mardi Gras stuff.
So she always sends one to a referral to thank them for the referral. And she has two right now she's getting ready to send. So she sends thank you cards to the people who send her a referral.
And not that.
Claire said $100 a person wouldn't get me the trip to Ireland. That is correct because I've looked at prices. So it's maybe not as easy as you think, but it's also not as hard as you think. Also, if you think just come from gratitude, who am I thankful for today? I would even challenge, I'm going to change it. Handwritten notes. I want you to do 10 texts of gratitude a day instead of 10 handwritten notes a day. And that doesn't have to be for real estate. It can just be thanking somebody for anything. Just, glad to know you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing that. So we're going to pivot. Huh? Text. Yeah, we're going to text. Handwritten notes. Excuse me. Text. I was reading too. A text, a thought of gratitude in a day. Does that seem easier?
So much easier.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's gotta be, you can't text this one person 10 times
Right.
or the same 10 people 5 days. So it's gotta be 50 different people.
You can even text them for the phone call you just had during your leave gen.
Yeah,
I mean, that works.
whatever, it could be somebody you hadn't talked to in 5 years. Whatever, just a note of gratitude. It's a good way to start the day, really, is with gratitude also.
As far as conversations, I would include text message.
Yeah, text message, DM, as long as it's a back and forth conversation about real estate. Phone, door knock, in person somewhere, text message, direct message through social media, any of that, as long as it's a back and forth. If I send you a text message and you don't reply, that's not a conversation. Does that make sense? Okay, the 10-5-1 social media engagement. That's a minimum daily, we probably already do it, 10 likes. That's 5 comments.
5 words or more, right?
I was gonna get to that, but yes.
At the same time.
Yeah. And
I've wondered that.
what's that?
It's like the and all that count, not
Mhm.
5 words, it
Yep.
doesn't.
And then the 1 is a direct message and a share. So you're gonna share somebody's post and you're gonna send somebody a direct message. And to Lindsay's point, Rachel Adams Lee says, anytime you comment on a post, you should comment of 5 words or more. And when you do that on 5 posts, it increases your algorithm. People will see you.
Within 5 minutes of posting.
Yeah. Now Rachel Adams Lee's 555 is
5 words, 5 people, 5 minutes.
well, 5 minutes before she posts. She makes 5 comments, 5 words or more, waits 5 minutes and then posts. And she posts mostly reels, but that's a whole nother class. And then the enrichments are what you're doing right now, coming to a class. Any questions around these? Now Brittany's gotta do these too, Dave, it's not just you.
See that. She'll do it. I will help.
And I'm gonna give weekly Starbucks prizes to the people that get the closest to or reach their goals. I'm gonna give a $3 gift certificate to Starbucks. So you can have a glass of water.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on this 10 contacts a day.
Yeah.
You go on to the 6-day challenge.
Mhm.
So when I initially, when command originated, there was this huge, like arduous import process. You had to go on a spreadsheet. You can actually go on the KW app and now it upload people from your phone directly into command,
Yes,
which makes it quite a ton.
yeah, and if you wanna do that and eat more easily, you could do 50 a week. Instead of
So what if you have all of the people from your phone in your database?
It won't duplicate. It matches phone numbers and email addresses. So if the phone number's in there, it won't do it.
Well, I'm saying as far as getting new 10 contacts added into your
That's where you
database.
go meet people.
Then you gotta go.
Right. Yeah, yeah, that's where the 10 conversations come in. Yeah, that's meeting people. And like I said, there's different ways to do it too, because I mean, what's your dad's business that you just took over?
It's 2 hours away from
But what is it though?
manufacturing.
I thought it was a tool and die. No. So he wouldn't have a large database, you're saying? Small company?
10 people,
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has customers then.
big customers like Menards.
There you go. Okay. I'm just thinking outside the box for how to increase your database. But yeah, I mean, this is as easy as getting out to people. I don't know. What's that?
It's like what we did this weekend.
Yeah, we went to the Home and Garden Show,
I was. looking at
Deer
vendors.
Guides, on a Saturday afternoon at the Home and Garden Show with bananas. And it was fun. There's a lot of it. It was fun.
Every vendor card I collected, I gave them one of my business cards, and I told them, I said, I'm gonna put you in my portfolio, so I have you.
Yeah, and I didn't say they all had to be clients. Like I said, they can be vendors.
Right.
Like you can go out and find 3 or 4 lawn and garden people, get their information, give them your information. Right? Get some lenders, get some roofers, get some gutter people, get some, like Emmanuel, do some contract work, some general contractors. And then put them in your vendor list. You tag them as a vendor, then you tag them by the job they do, and if your client needs somebody, you can search them up. And you got somebody.
You hear something, hey, I need an handyman. Hey, I've got something I need done, and then you can go to your left and go for this.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did that with home care.
Mhm.
And I kind of confused on that, and I didn't think about doing it home gardens. That was fun.
And the good thing is, and I think, Michael, we might have talked about it. Your vendors should also be somebody, if you're referring business to them, they should be referring business to you. Right? You've got a lender you like to work with and you send them a bunch of business. And they never send you any business, you may want to find another lender. Do anybody disagree with that? Yeah, two-way street. And I would kind of tell them that at the beginning, just like one guy we did meet. He would say, maybe we can, he said, maybe we can help each other out. It doesn't have to be, you don't send me somebody, I'm not working with you. We'll help each other out. So does this seem achievable?
What did you say the 10-5-1 social media engagement was, and then enrichments?
Okay.
What
Okay.
did the numbers look for?
So the 10-5-1 is 10 likes
10 likes.
and then it's 5 comments, preferably on what you didn't like.
Okay.
And then 1 is 1 direct message and 1 share. Where you share somebody else's post. And you send at least 1 direct message to somebody for whatever reason you want to, real estate based.
Okay.
And the enrichments are just some kind of class. Like this, or if you go to another class, you go to, go to your board for a class. Whatever you're doing. Or like Friday, I know Kate's having a lender and Partners Title come by. So that would be an enrichment also. So if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Does that make sense in any realm of life? Can't measure it, you can't improve it. Everybody familiar with the Ford method? I know they push it in car sales, it's all day long in car sales. Reasons. You can talk to somebody, right? How to strike up a conversation. Family, occupation, recreation, dreams. What do people like to talk about? Themselves. People will always love to talk to you if you steer the conversation toward them. If you're talking with another salesman, salesperson, I don't really like to call us salesmen, but kind of are, they're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna try to direct it to you. And it's gonna be a fun conversation. How are you doing? Fine. Well, what about you? How are you doing? How was your, and you'll hear it. Family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. So the Ford is not an interview or an interrogation, like it's meant to start a conversation or to enhance a conversation, right? If you're in a conversation, you can't think of anything really to go. Family, occupation. You have any kids? Into sports? Kids into sports? Then you say yes to that, then you go, God, you're traveling all over the place, aren't you? Then you're gonna hear everything. Gosh, yes, and it's so expensive and I can't do this, and I can't ever live. I never know what a Saturday is anymore. You know, and then they'll go, but I love it so much. Right? You do it. I do it on the other side because I work at those sporting events that they'll go to all the time. But it's a reason to talk to somebody. You wouldn't like jump into recreation, but it'd be a good way to enhance the conversation, right? So the second activity is like your database, to adding 10 contacts to your command. Does everybody here know how to add a contact to command? Except for you, Lily, you've never done, I know you don't yet. We'll get her to. Yeah, she's almost there. She's ready to go. If you don't know how, I'll show you. If you want to ask me at the end of this class, but I think everybody in here kind of knows already. David, do you know how to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. You can add them by one, or as Jared pointed out, you can go into your command app on your phone and you can download your entire phone book directly into command. But then remember, you're gonna have,
Sync it.
what?
You can sync it.
Mm-hmm.
I have mine synced, so when I change somebody in mine's in my Gmail. And when I change somebody in my phone in my Gmail, it changes in the command.
So you're synced with Gmail?
Yeah, I'm synced with my Gmail account.
So his Gmail contacts sync with his command account. And you can do that when you dig a little deeper, you'll find that API is a company that syncs certain databases with your command database, or even certain lead gen tools to your command database, so they can interact. So any ahas from this session so far? Except I scared you to death by making you call some people.
I think for me, it was the reminders of the conversation starters.
Yeah,
Rather be the flower on the side of the room than talking to someone, and this kind of gives me a cheat sheet. So
yeah, it's true. It's true. Any other ahas? Claire, Stephen, Brittany? I mean, a lot of times these are things we talk about often. And we'll talk about a lot going forward. Right, you can't hear the same thing enough, right? I always like to reference when you're reading the Bible. Do you read a verse once and you know it and you're done with it? No, you gotta reread it. And you gotta study the context. And you gotta learn the why. And then you gotta dig a little deeper and then it becomes part of it. And that's essentially what this will end up doing eventually. Sounds weird, but reaching out to people will become a part of your daily habit, whether you like it or not, because it becomes a discipline. Let's see. And again, we just went over it. The appointments, agreements, and closings will come later as we get further down the class, because since we just started it, you don't have any appointments yet. But if you do set appointments through your conversations this week, they're gonna be big wins, and we're gonna ring the bell on Monday. And you might get a Tootsie Roll, just saying. You
I'll
might.
do that.
What's that?
I'm gonna do it all.
Yeah.
'Cause I do the rest of it, I just, the handwritten notes, it's hard to read.
Yeah, well, we're doing the text messages of
I'm
gratitude.
gonna do it, ring the bell next Monday.
I like it. I like it. And if you all Zoomers do it, we'll ring the bell for you and we'll scream your name real loud. All right, so this is a fun part. How many people like to do daily affirmations? Good, good, good. We got 3. How many people think daily affirmations are silly and goofy? It's okay. No, I mean, I've done them and I think they're silly and goofy. Every time somebody starts to do a daily affirmation, and I'll say it in my head when I read this one, I go to, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Do you know what that's from?
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live, with Stuart Smalley, daily affirmations with Stuart Smalley. That's the way he closes them all out. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, doggone it, people like me. Looking in a mirror, right? But some people need them, right? We all need them. I'm gonna say, Michael and I talked about this morning. One of the bold laws is that your cells eavesdrop on your thoughts. Your cells, body cells, eavesdrop on your thoughts. So the way you think about yourself, the way you think about what's going on, your body will eventually react to it physically. Does that make sense? If you're consistently down on yourself, if you're consistently saying, I can't go talk to this person, I can't do that, I'm too scared to do that, you're not gonna do it. Right? It's gonna be harder for you to do. I don't wanna say you're not gonna do it. So you have to start with the way you think about yourself and the way you think about what you wanna do. And when it gets hard is when you use your big why. You think about your big why. And I'm doing this because I wanna go to Ireland. You know, I'm doing this because I need to pay for my kids' college. Or Dave and Brittany are doing it because they need to pay for a squadron of kids' college over there. I'm gonna make a joke. Talk to me about it, you'll shake a little bit. What's that? They got 7 together.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
lots of college tuition.
that's a lot of college tuition. But I mean, I tell you, I love kids. I love kids, so I can imagine there's a lot of joy and a lot of panic in the house at all at the same time.
All. Basement, middle, and upstairs.
Yeah, I know.
Did it. Did. But I had 3 and my stepmom had 4 and we're both families that lost parents and we $5 and everybody lived in one house at one time and I was gonna, and it worked.
Oh, you and the babies, that's. Well, yeah.
Yeah. But truthfully, when you start to feel a little down or you start to feel a little defeated, go to your big why. Why am I doing this? Go to your accountability partner. Go to your coach. Call me. I'll sing for you, and then you'll realize, dear God, I gotta do something to get him to shut up. But in all seriousness, we're all here to help. But the conversations you have in your head are the most important conversations you're gonna have in your career. So don't be afraid of daily affirmations. Even if you think they're goofy and you don't want to tell other people you're doing it, that's fine too. Yes, sir.
Did you see that James Shaw on that shift group? If you're not on the shift, you should be on James Shaw shift. But
Pivot
he had
shift
that
ahead.
how change is created thing. I just posted it on the Facebook page because it's like, it's exactly what you're talking about.
Mhm.
How it starts with an idea and then it goes to thought, feelings, plan, habits, commitment, lifestyle, and then change.
Mhm.
It's like, it's really neat. But it was just, I just was thinking about, you just posted that yesterday.
All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm getting ready to point at one person. And you're gonna say what's on the screen here, but you're gonna start it out with, my name is Ben with Keller Williams. And I engage every conversation in the spirit of contribution, and people are happy to be in a relationship with me. Is that difficult?
I am Lindsay and I engage in every conversation in the spirit of contribution and people are happy to be in a relationship with me.
All right, that's good. I like it. Ryan, you do it.
My name is Ryan. I engage in every conversation in the spirit of contribution and people are happy to be in a relationship with me.
I like it. And what we're gonna do when we get to this section going forward is we're gonna be like we're in the bold room. And we're all gonna say it together. Yeah. How's everybody here's got a Camaro think they're fast? Anyway, I don't like Chevys. So right now it tells me to have the participants introduce yourselves to everybody for 3 minutes. We all know each other, don't we? Does everybody know Jared? Yeah, Ryan, Yanagihara? Yes, took me a minute to get this. It's a lot of syllables in a row for a Kentucky guy.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody know Emmanuel? You met Emmanuel back here?
Reading him.
Meeting him now? And Michael? Everybody knows Devin. She's a legend because I talk about her all the time, even though she never comes around. Lindsay. And this is daughter Lily. And then we got David. And David is the newest. Lily will be the newest when she finishes up here pretty soon. And then online, we've got Brittany, Claire in Kokomo. We got Stephen, who's in South Bend. And we had Kate, but she had to jump off, and Tiffany. Kate is in Kokomo also, and Tiffany Holmes. I'll say Tiffany and Brittany and Michael are all on the ALC. So, and what that says is this class is not just for babies all the time. I shouldn't say babies.
Well, it's good to have the input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. And it's good for a refresher. And it's good to understand that you can always learn. Right? Because we forget the things sometimes that are basic to the business. Or we just assume we know it because we get on autopilot on some things. And it's always good to hear it. In my opinion. All right, good. So what, with this one? So did everybody, we don't have the script and role play books in here. The next week I'll have the script and role play books in here for you. And we will walk through some of these scripts in this room with each other, okay? I didn't have Christian print them out this time. It's my fault. Next week we'll have them printed out. And they will give us scripts to go through. And we will go through them for, as it says, about 15 or 20 minutes.
There are any resources within a man or today to where those scripts are, where they live. It's just,
Yeah, well, these scripts are in the Ignite manual, which you can download yourself and connect. They're just the back section of the Ignite manual.
okay.
And I'll show you.
Just scripts in general.
Our website has a ton of scripts too.
Mhm.
If you go to the KW training page, we have our own training page website that has a ton of scripts, like every script you could ever need.
And we do script practice at 10 o'clock on Zoom, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we do them Monday and Friday mornings at 9 o'clock in person. Only in person. And I will say on the Zoom, if you're late, you don't get in. The part of the practice is being on time. And if, Lindsay and I are working on a script for 5 minutes and then you jump in the middle of it, then we have to reteach you the script. Does that make sense?
One thing.
Good for you.
Huh?
Good for you.
Yeah, that's why, and that's the one class that I don't have it where I accept people. Because I do accept you into that class. And if it's after 10 o'clock, you don't get accepted in. Sorry, I get a little strict about being on time. So we'll walk through, so prepare your conversation list. You're gonna wanna do this anytime you start your Legion, prepare who you're gonna talk to, right? Like, for example, if you decide to call expireds today, you probably want to make sure they're not listed first. So hit the MLS, go through your list. Right, because you don't want to accidentally try to take business from somebody who's already under contract. Does that make sense? Same with for sale by owners. If you're making a phone call for those or door knocking those, or if you're door knocking, you'll probably know because there'll be a sign in the yard. But always prepare what you're gonna do before you do it. Take action. Of course, do it, maintain. And that's gonna be when you update your database. Anytime you do calls, you have a conversation, update your database. Then there's the real play. That's what you're gonna do on your own. We're gonna practice the scripts here. The real play is gonna be what you're gonna do throughout the week. And this is what we're gonna do first thing Monday morning. We're gonna celebrate everybody's successes. And that doesn't mean you have to do 50 phone calls to get the success, right? We're gonna celebrate all wins. And like, for example, if you break through a barrier, like I'm terrified to make phone calls and I make one phone call and I talk about real estate, that's a win, right? I'm terrified to go door knocking. I went door knocking on 5 doors. That's a huge win because you just broke through a limiting belief. But we're not just celebrating just big things. We're celebrating the small things that get you to your next step. Does that make sense? All right. I'm actually doing pretty good with that. How's everybody doing? Everybody sleeping yet?
Nope.
We just have one more to go through if everybody needs the potty real quick. Hey, Brian. We just finished section 2. And everybody's really excited about having 50 conversations. I'm gonna tell you, I did a pivot on the 10 handwritten notes. I made it to 10 text messages of gratitude. We did that on the fly. Michael started twitching back there about the handwritten notes.
You can't change that. You should have done that.
I shouldn't have done that.
I would, no, the handwritten notes have so much value. I need to do those.
We'll do it.
I'm
I'm not gonna stop you from doing it.
Yeah.
I personally like the gratitude. That's just a me thing. Good so far? You like it? Ryan? Do we like going through? What's that? Go ahead, Claire.
Do you mind giving an example of like what the gratitude text would look like?
An example?
Yeah.
Huh?
I love you, man.
I love you, man. Jared's had a beer before he came here. I love you. Teasing Jared. I don't think he's had a beer. If he has, we're gonna have to talk. Not yet. Not yet. That's a 5 o'clock beer. But anything really. I mean, like, just recently, of course, everybody knows my dad just recently passed. And I've been sending texts of gratitude for people reaching out, making Facebook posts, things like that. So I'm gonna text them and say, I thank you, I really appreciate you. Thank you for checking in on me. Thank you for this note. Thank you very much. Anything, any reason. I mean, that can be a family member, it can be a friend, it can be a fellow agent, it can be, text Kate, hey, thanks for letting me do that open house with you the other day. Hey, thanks for offering this class at the office today. Anything. Thanks for showing me how to write that contract up. Text your husband, thanks for letting me use your computer today. Whatever, anything, any piece of gratitude you can think of. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything specific, anything you're thankful for. Your girls that in your church group. You can thank them for just being a part of your life. Does that make sense? It's not really one script, it's just anything that you think of that you can be thankful for.
Hey, Ben,
Sir?
when you said add into your contacts, people reach out to.
Uh-huh.
So when I call a for sale by owner, do you want me to start adding them into the contacts? Okay. I haven't. I
Yeah.
started, but then I noticed like either they were taking it off or it sold or something, so I just been archiving.
Yeah, I would always add them, because even if they don't use you immediately, they might eventually. Even if they move, they might eventually use you. 'Cause you can show a for sale by owner, some value. I'm not gonna keep them past 3, by the way. Cause I know the schedule said 10 to 3. If I get to 3, I'm just shutting down, cause it's my fault I didn't cover everything. I'm not gonna keep you all over.
It's still 2.
3. That's okay. If you gotta go to you, I understand, cause I did typo and the email sent out was 2. You're
Yeah.
correct. Cause Vandergrift caught it, but I'd already sent it out. That was my fault. Cause I think I said, one piece of information said 3 and one piece of information said 2. Tell you what, I've gotten 3 text messages about my toll road dues today.
I think it's a scam.
It's a scam.
Yeah.
And if you'll learn too, that if like you get into this, if you see an email from like Meta Business Profile saying you that, or a message in your business Facebook page, don't touch it.
Yeah.
Right, Brian?
The hard way.
That happened to me.
Yeah.
Happened to me too.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't touch it.
They should not allow that stuff to
Well, they-
continue.
I mean, they can only bust them as soon as they happen.
But it's funny, it's like when I uploaded things on YouTube for my daughter from college, it trademarked it, when you're downloading it, it screens the music and it was like, you can't post this, you have to take down the music, which is weird, like, that's when you're uploading it, so how can
Or
you not screen that message?
Or I think you have to put something like, I don't own the rights to this music or something like that
Right.
in the post or something, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat for supper tonight, cause I've got an umpire clinic from 5 to 9 o'clock, like once I leave. Only 2 slices. That was eaten before I bought it.
I didn't think to make anything for you.
Well, you don't have to think that. It's a weird time to have an umpire clinic. You keep big fat umpires out all night long, missing dinner. Maybe they have wings or something.
You're gonna have to wait around the way.
What's that?
You're gonna have to wait around the way.
Yeah.
And you can have anything you want.
That's right. Ooh. I like the way she thinks. Boy, I have Panda Express drive-through. Devin doesn't like Panda Express.
So for like the Home and Garden show that just happened, Northeast Realty Group had a booth. And then you mentioned that Elkhart County Fair had a booth.
Mm-hmm.
How much are they? I can't imagine them not being cheap.
Well, it's investment.
Right.
It's like, I know the one Josh got was $600 at Elkhart County.
I was thinking like thousands too.
Well, the Home and Garden Show is probably more expensive because more people see you in a shorter amount of time. But you gotta think of the value, right? Like if you paid $1,000 and you got 1 closing,
Right, so, yeah, you get your return. on
yeah,
investment.
it's return on investment.
I was thinking for some reason, like the food booths, like, thousands of dollars.
No, and it's a,
Pretty.
okay, let's say it's $2,000. Why not call 4 or 5 people and say, hey, let's go together and do it?
Yeah.
You go from 11 to 1, I'll go from 1 to 3, and then this person will go from 3 to 5 and just break it up.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
You probably could even have like the partner bankers and be like, hey.
Yeah.
Quick loan approval.
Yeah. Yeah, come over and help, yeah. And Mike, an agent from Mike Thomas had a booth like that. He was there and then he had a lender there that he worked with. And yeah. Find other ways to split up that cost. Don't make it all on you.
So I was actually gonna walk over to this visitor center here to see what kind of, will they give you the contact person to do those type of booths?
I'm sure they will.
I know, was it the
Well, the Home and Garden Show like has its own website. So you can go to that.
I know that GE Electric Works has a farmer's market that is.
Yeah.
We'll see how much both booths cost.
I know like well, the Elkhart County Fair is supposed to be pretty big, I guess. I haven't heard. Is it?
We need to go. Definitely need to go.
You just want to go pet baby goats.
Well, that, and you haven't lived until you've been nestled by a baby goat.
True. Gotta bet the zoo.
Mm-hmm. She raised goats. It's young. Yeah, she had a goat farm.
But for me to talk to the woman that named Amy at the zoo,
Yeah.
at the barn, that's my life.
Oh, okay.
Talk to your.
I like it.
Yeah, but even think about like Josh also put up a tent at hockey game. Yeah, popped up a tent and there's, spend a little bit of money for that. You can do it here at a Tin Caps game. They'll let you come put up a little booth out there for, $500 or $600. You find it on a good weekend game. I mean, they do a good job packing the house. But you got, what?
Discussing with the Home Garden Show about people going in together for a booth.
Yeah, we talked, you were out of the room.
Okay,
We
did I
brought
miss
that up.
it?
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
I
did.
was talking back here.
It's okay. Not paying attention. But yeah, it's it's a good way to get leads. You have to look at it like an investment, not, oh dang, that's expensive. You have to try it. Do I get anything from it? No, then I may not do it again. But did I get some people that said, yes, I'm interested, or allow them to at least get their contact information? Then I do it again. Right, James?
Yeah. Every time.
That's right. And what I just said is at poker night, everybody's wearing Kentucky blue. And James agreed. You heard it.
This
The
deal.
way we are having poker night, March 20th,
In the first place.
we're gonna limit it to about 50-55 people, but if you wanna come play poker, we're gonna open the doors at 5. We're gonna have basketball and all the televisions in here. And I will be decked out in Kentucky blue, head to toe, even if we get our tails kicked. It'll be March 20th, Thursday night. We're gonna have dealers come in. Little Vegas is coming in, so we'll have tables set up for Hold'em. I guarantee some side games will pop out after people get put out of the poker game. But
Okay.
everybody's invited, $100 to buy in. But you'll make more money on the side games. Especially if you play with Danny. Y'all like poker? Anybody? You play poker, Dave?
What was that movie? National Lampoon's was like on Vegas and they're like, guess the number. He's always gonna be at it back. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. All right, we're gonna get rolling. We're a little bit after 2. And this one we get through pretty quick. We're gonna connect to the market. This is the last one of the day. So we're gonna go over different factors to research and consider to be prepared before meeting with clients. It's a path to becoming the real estate expert of choice. Knowing your numbers is very important. Knowing the numbers of your market and your area that you want to work and where you live is very important. Where's my button? So here's the truth. If it's been done in another market, it can be done in your market. Once it has been done, no matter where, it's just a matter of finding out how that can be possible in your world. Don't ever read anything that somebody did something in California and was very successful. And you say, well, they only did it because they're in California. They only did that because they're in Chicago. It will work in every market if you apply it properly. And remember, you don't try something just once. Right? Like if you want to send mailers out to everybody in your neighborhood, you do it once and nobody calls you and you quit, nobody's gonna call you and you just spent a couple $100 on trash can fillers. You gotta do it all the time. All the time. And I'll tell a story. Everybody might have heard me tell it once, but I'm gonna tell it again. Company in January went and knocked on a neighborhood. Who's your favorite realtor? And Most of them gave different names completely or a hodgepodge of names or didn't have one. So they created a fake realtor and created a mailers monthly that they sent out to everybody in the neighborhood. And 1 year later, they went back, who's your favorite realtor? And 80% of the neighborhood said the fake realtor.
Terrible.
Yeah, so that tells me two things. Consistency works. Right? If you do it, it's gonna work too.
188.
Realtors in that area are not doing their job. Because if the most popular realtor in a neighborhood of 100 houses
Yes.
with a fake person, those realtors aren't doing their job. The newsflash, that's the truth of most realtors everywhere you go. That's why 47% of the realtors had zero closings according to NAR. Because they don't work.
Where did that 71% come from?
Redfin.
Anyways, all right.
Was it fake statistic? Fake news?
Yeah, was it, my coach said 90%, 96% of all statistics are true when you say it. Does that make sense now? Yeah, but what I think a lot of agents have done is looked at it the wrong way. They tried to use it to.
I have
fear
here,
mongering.
Ice Mile
Yeah.
econ price increases. It should be going back tomorrow.
They've got people to fear mongers say, pick an agent that's experienced because 70% of agents have no idea what they're doing. So pick me. That's what you're seeing on those posts. Am I wrong? Are you seeing that, Michael? Where people are posting that 71% and only like 2% did from 10 to 11, 10 to 20 deals or something like that. So pick an agent that's got experience, not 70% of the agents out there. Pick me, because I've had closings.
What's maybe like. You're my only kind, like, was it the German choir?
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
give you everything.
That's right. Yeah, I wanna see you do that whole bit. They're like on the phone with the client.
Tell me you love fat people.
That's right. Yeah. So what does connecting to your market mean to you? When I say, what?
Understanding, you know, like, for example, I mean, here, you kind of need to know, where the major high schools are, what people are looking for in homes, like, are we more older people, younger people, a mix? I mean, what is our market? Each neighborhood has a different market to be, in fact, if you know Fort Wayne well enough, I mean, just what are you working?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. Anybody else?
History of the neighborhood.
History of the neighborhood, it's good to know.
What build style the houses are in that particular area.
Maybe even who the builders are in that particular area. Yep, I would agree. I mean, it's a lot of things, right? And it's even you connecting with your people in your market. Right? How are you connecting with people in your market so they can connect with you on a human level? Does that make sense? That goes to another whole social media class. Be active on social media, whether you like it or not. Should post every day, whether you like it or not. And I would say at best, 80% of your posts should be personal, 20% business. I don't mean you should let everybody know your bathroom habits, like some people do on social media. But, if your ball team wins, maybe make that post. Just something to let them know that they can relate to you on a different level than realtor. And you're still comfortable. Some people are uncomfortable, like, I know there's an agent in here that's posting about, they doesn't like to post pictures of their grandkids. Well, that's you. There's other things you like, right? But post a little bit so they can relate to you and post about business also. It's a necessary evil. I would post every day. There's a lot of different ways to connect to your market. You're right. You want to know your numbers. You want to know your neighborhood. We have to remember though, like when you're talking about schools, we can tell them where the schools are. But if they ask us what's a good school, can't answer that question. You have to refer them to a website to answer that question for them.
Yeah, I don't touch schools, don't know your school, don't care about schools. That's on you guys,
Yeah.
your kids,
Same thing.
Throw
If
that
they,
back in their court.
Same thing about crime, yeah, crime
Yeah,
rate,
same thing with
you
crime.
can't answer that question, is there a high crime rate? They call sheriff's department,
I'll show you houses wherever you wanna see them, that's your
Yeah.
choice.
cause it's all relative, right? What you think might be a high crime rate, they may think it's a low crime rate. Right,
Or sometimes it's a word in a different way, like that, coins, especially investors, what's a good area to invest?
can't answer that question.
So I tell them straight, yeah, it's actually legal.
Mhm.
But the website, you can, review whatever statistics or information.
Right, cause it's all relative, if it's relative,
What I do on those is I focus on price points. Now I can focus on price points and what areas are gonna get this much rent. Because then you're not focusing, you gotta make sure you're not discriminating, that's what all.
More long times, especially with the interest rate, what's your budget, how much you're looking to invest, yeah, how long you can pay or what.
Yeah.
Or what kind of return.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the best thing I've ever heard on that is describe the house. Describe facts, anything that's relative. Leave it up to them to find their own research. Does that make sense? That I do remember moving a renter into a house in Murray that wasn't the greatest location if you were. Like, I wouldn't want them to live there personally. But they thought it was the greatest, nicest place they've ever lived. Cause I found out they moved there from downtown Philadelphia. And there was people getting the crap beat out of them in front of them twice a week. Just right there on the streets. It was rough. And they were in hog heaven. So it's all relative. It's all relative. Okay. So becoming a real estate expert is all about knowing your market and connecting with that market in unique ways. So at a macro level, you want to know what's going on in the city, in the metro area, or the county, or Northwest Indiana. You want to know the areas you're willing to service. On a micro level, you want to know you hone in on specific facts about neighborhoods, as Lindsay pointed out, for certain parts of town, right? But you want to know about your area. You want to have a lot of experience in your area. To be the real estate expert, you must understand your market of the moment. It's because markets change, right? I mean, Michael, you've been in business up here for a while. Have you seen the market change very much in Fort Wayne since you've been in business?
It changes all the time, you gotta be constant on it, I mean, we just shifted last week back to a faster market. Like somebody just turned the hose on and it's back to crazy again. I'm excited to see what Wednesday morning tells this week. We went from 44 average days to 22 last week today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So there's three types of real estate markets, right? There's a buyer's market, balanced market, and a seller's market. So a balanced market is gonna be what they call like 5 to 7 months of inventory. Right? A seller's market is gonna be like less than 5 months of inventory. Buyer's market, of course, more than 7 months of inventory. So right now, we're technically still in the seller's market. Do you know what our inventory is, Michael, right now?
it was 507 as Wednesday morning, in AM.
Yeah.
And it needs to be more around, you saw 4,300 in the last 12 months, so it needs to be more around about 2,200 for 6 months. I was kind of 6 months, but I know that.
Yeah, this is the last
In
one.
3 months, you need 1,100, and we only have 507, so we're still sitting around 2 months. Listen, just under 2 months, right around 2
Yeah.
months.
Yeah. Yes, so, and that's why we're in a seller's market, because our inventory is low, essentially. We have low inventory. And that could be various reasons, right? But I know I talked to Lauren Stanglin in Columbia City, has 3 people that want to list, but they're afraid to list because they don't know if they can find what they want to buy, because, you know, they've been, you know, looking for that too. You know, because once they sell it, they got to go somewhere, right? And that's another concern. So, as I recommended to her, I said, what I would do is take those 3 people, you know, that are looking to buy something, try to list their house, put it on our private page and say, hey, I'm looking for, you know, a 4.3, this price range in this area. Cause somebody might have the same situation she's sitting in, right? So don't ever be secret about anybody, you know, if you know somebody wants to buy so they can list their house, let people know. Let people know. You can definitely do that within the market center without causing any problem. A shift occurs when the market moves from one to another. So like a shift is not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's just a change in the market. Examples include, you know, shifts come because of interest rates, economic factors in the community. You know, like somebody decides to move in a big factory with a bunch of new jobs, or maybe a bunch of houses that leave the market immediately. Right? Anybody moving in right now that you know of, it's going to bring in a lot of jobs. Google. Yeah, Google's coming in. I don't know how many jobs is that bringing. Does anybody know?
Like 17 right now.
Yeah, there's not many. Those data centers don't necessarily bring them.
Are they going to be decent paying jobs?
IT jobs.
Yeah.
There's Google, yes, they will be good.
Right.
Yeah.
They improved that sports room too, right?
What's that?
The sports room, like
On the soccer field.
yeah, and then.
Oh, yeah.
Golf facility up.
Yeah, no, the golf facility probably won't bring a lot of, that'll bring a lot of $15 to $20 an hour jobs. And probably about 4 or 5 salary jobs, is what I would guess.
Well, that's more housing, it's multi, it's gonna be like, yeah, over here.
Mhm.
Real estate is gonna, there's gonna be condos in there too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's supposed to be like a live work place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all this part of it is also knowing your market, right? You need to know how many homes are listed. And you can break that down also into how many 3 bedrooms are listed, how many 4 bedrooms are listed, how many 5 bedrooms are listed, right?
So like, as far as like real estate is concerned, we're looking at how much inventory is there. Do bankers look at how many potential buyers are out there? Like, do they keep track of that? 'Cause like, I would think for buyers or for the banks, they would keep track of or look for that buyer's market.
I would assume, I mean, I know our lender partners watch as best they can, how many, of course, they don't have access to the MLS, so they can't get the exact information. But they pay attention to the inventory.
The only way we can get out is bill. Every expert on it, almost every verified expert will tell you, we can't build them fast enough.
Yeah,
That's the whole problem.
and COVID kind of shut that down because of all the, and then the prices of lumber went up, if you remember during COVID, like 4 to 5 times. I remember we built a deck, I was building an 8x8 deck and I got a quote from Lowe's of $3,500 for material for an 8x8 deck.
It's possible.
It's ridiculous.
You can't get those fast codes. They've got a test on the container homes on Berry. One of my construction guys did those on East Berry. They've got 3 of those container homes that they're trying. They won't allow tiny homes here either. You got 720 minimum. The house has to be. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the problems why we can't as a nation and locally because the codes, and it takes so long. Like he can tell you about the permits. He's a GC. So he can tell you all about the permit process on the new build. Quick as you can get it. I'm doing a new build right now, $1 million house out on McNabb. And we need it done quick because it's private hard money. And we're still gonna take us 8-9 months to get it done. And that's the quickest you can build a house from land acquisition to build. Because of all the permits you gotta go through.
Mhm. And it's funny to think we're short new builds and, I mean, D.R. Horton can throw up a neighborhood, it seems like in a weekend.
They can do them in 6 months, but it's because they do prefab and the
Yeah.
mass permitted.
Right.
Yeah.
Other thing about people and all the builders is they have a division. And the company said specifically to handle building department violations. So they will intentionally infringe upon their own permits and their rules and take the fee. Take the fine from the building department. So we'll say, hey, we don't have this inspection yet. We're gonna go ahead and proceed and we get fined later and have a whole division set up to pay those fines or handle the problem. Just I think push more.
Because they still get the return on investment in the long run.
Makes sense for
Yeah,
them.
because the timelines.
Yeah. But, and truthfully, what we got to think about and watch too with the wildfires in California and all the destruction in the Carolinas. What's the lumber cost gonna be because they gotta rebuild all that?
That and the tariffs.
We have to get a trade.
Yeah, but those tariffs got not taken away though.
there's still debate, we won't get into that,
Yeah.
the interest rates dropping and crypto going, yeah.
That's, yeah, that's a
There's
whole
a lot
other
of market, there's
conversation.
always market effect, that's why I always tell people, when you get people hung up on the market, they're not motivated. Get them out there.
Yeah.
Clear real quick, it's the market's always doing something, that's why we gotta be in these meetings to know
Mhm.
what the market's doing and how, it is gonna affect you, but there's always gonna be some issue.
Right.
But we can get you through it, so we need to own a home.
Well, if I ask you, David, when's the best time to buy a house?
Yeah.
Are you David?
No.
Why don't you go stand outside for 5 minutes? Yeah. Now, it's the best time to buy, always, just what Lindsay said. Now we'll
Well,
call,
that's like, it was 5 years ago.
yeah,
Right.
Like, that's fine today.
now, yeah, what's, Gary Keller or Keller Williams has a shirt about it, it says, don't wait to buy real estate and wait. Yeah, we have it over here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this one right here. Yeah. I think I'm gonna add this one, Devin.
I think that was the jet.
Is that your size?
Do you have that?
I
You
do.
since that
I've got the next large.
I tell you what, get some swag, be dripping in that, you'll get people talking to you at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, don't wait to buy real estate, buy real estate and wait. Real estate appreciates 4% a year every year. All the time. As mentioned, inventory is the primary factor in determining what kind of market you're in. Inventory can help indicate the health of that market. Right. So if you go in, what they do is you'll find out your months of inventory by how many listings, like we were in February, divided by how many sales in February. That's how you get your number for the amount of inventory we had. How many listings in the previous month divided by how many sales in the previous month. So what's the average number of days on market? Anybody know?
I can tell you right around 30, right?
What is it, Michael?
It's 22 is Wednesday morning.
22 is
22
Listing to-
average, 11 median,
listing to under contract.
correct.
What's the average price of a home in our market?
250 to 100.
In Allen County, it's 295. What'd you say?
It's like 240.
240?
Yeah, that was, Upstart put out the statistics last month.
Was that for Allen County or for everything they cover?
Pretty sure it was Allen County.
I know in 24, our average sale in Allen County was 295. But correct me, please. I love being wrong. That means y'all are doing research to make sure I'm right. I like it. Do you know, James? Average price of a house in Allen County, Fort Wayne?
I know Fort Wayne's 280.
Right, like I said, I think it's like twos, but I don't.
Yeah.
Average was 280, median was still around 249 now, last 12 months.
We'll ask ChatGPT in a minute, see if they know.
Oh my God, you guys, AI.
It was 240.
240?
Turn.
I didn't know, checked it.
Oh,
280 is what it's been
yeah,
recently.
I would ask Paragon, yeah. So interest rates are a factor too, while we're looking for that. Interest rates are a factor. So how can we educate people on interest rates? What are they today? Interest rates,
6.47.
6.47?
Right around there.
Yeah. So what's the 30-year average on interest rates?
So
7, I think.
Well, yeah, a little bit over 7%. What's the 50-year average? 8.
Over 7.
Yeah. It's 8. So we're really not that high. And I think the sweet spot really is between 5 and 6 for the government. And I know because inflation went up, that's why interest rates went up. Control inflation. What they say anyway. But again, that's a whole nother conversation. But it's easy to educate people about the interest rates, right? They are what they are. If you wait, think when interest rates were 18% when this company opened in 1983. And if somebody said 10 years prior to that, if they're going to wait for interest rates to go down, they would have waited for 10 years. And you think 10 years of an increment of 4% a year for that house price going up, did they save any money? Conversely, if the interest rates tomorrow drop to 4.5%, every buyer would come out of their house and that $300,000 house would be $375,000.
It'd be 2020 all over.
It would be. And then are they saving any money?
No.
No, because now you're probably coming with $40,000 to the table because you got that gap from the appraisal rate to the actual price of the house that you're buying it for. Is that $375,000 on a $300,000 house? It's not gonna appraise. So you're gonna have to bring a lot of money to the table to buy a house. And then you're gonna be underwater for 10 years.
It always goes back to that. You can't time the market.
Right, exactly right.
There's no.
Now is the best time to buy real estate. Might you get lucky? Yes. 40% of all homes in this country are completely paid off right now. 70% of all homes in this country that have a mortgage of less than 5%. And that number is dwindling every month. So know your interest rates, have great relationships with lenders. Get lenders to get on email list of multiple lenders so they can send you information. Because different lenders offer different things at different times.
What's the best way to refi your house? Buy
another one.
You got 1.7 million ARMs are about to come up here in a minute. They're the 321 ARMs, about 1.3 million, which equates to about 1,700 here locally. And in real estate, the best way to refi your house is buy a new one, because you're gonna pay the same cost as you would to get that bigger house, smaller house.
And your interest rate will be solid because refis are usually, like you said, and they're on the ARMs too. Usually a lot of them are on a floating interest rate.
Same works in cars, right?
What is it?
The same principle works in cars. I mean, it's just as spread.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the auto industry's interest rates usually kind of match up and down with housing, am I right?
Well, housing's based on the 10-year treasury, that's basically, then that's gonna be more like, you see, like your credit card interest rates, it's shorter term loans.
Okay.
Like 5 to 7 years versus a 30-year loan.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, thank you. All right, economic factors will go into this as well, right? You need to know this about your market. Rise in unemployment rates can mean the market is changing. But one factor alone doesn't indicate a radical change. Shifts can be good or bad. So always be on the lookout for how numbers in your market are changing and what these changes mean on a micro and a macro level. Right? Say your job is not to become a research scientist, it is to understand how certain economic indications could impact the housing market going forward. And remember, as long as you have clients to ask you questions about your market, the job of knowing the numbers and adjusting to the market never ends. Right? It says just ask seasoned agents in your office. So we have some in this room, so you could ask them right now. So what are some other market factors you can think of?
How many federal employees you have in your city?
That would be a current market factor, yeah. How many, federal employees with no jobs anymore? Yep. It looks like it's got 3 tied for number 1. They forgot to 1, 2, 3 it. Nearby shops and restaurants, nearby health facilities, neighborhood attractions. Some of the area that we moved to, Devin likes it because we're not in town, but we got everything we need just right there around us. We live north by Carroll High School. And she likes that. I don't ever leave the house except to come here, so. Or when she tells me to. It's true.
Home and Garden Show then.
Home and Garden Show, yep. She said, let's go to the Home and Garden Show. And I put my shoes on.
I guess I went there yesterday.
Yeah, how was it?
We came about 3:30, they closed at 6, so, or no, so they closed at 5, so it's got dying out.
Yeah. We were pretty much shoulder to shoulder all the time, weren't we? Every step we took was bumping into somebody. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Ran out of parts already. I asked, I don't even remember what, it was at Roofer, I think. And he'd already run out of parts.
I saw,
Yeah. Yeah, I said, well, I think he said he saw near north. I remember seeing Mike, a Mike Thomas agent, but. Yeah. And the builders, of course, were all there. And so some other market factors, watch for new developments in the works, like even roads, housing developments, office buildings going up, gas stations, shopping centers, tech communities. Know the history of the area and how and when it was changed and developed, when homes were built, etc. Knowing all these things and learning all these things, I don't imagine you want to learn them all at once, but over time, just shows about you being an expert of the market. So any ahas from that? Other than numbers aren't everybody's favorite thing. Nope. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. And Michael, you did say that's from listing to under contract, right?
That's when the county, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, on Friday, there was 6 houses that all hit like the northeast side of Fort Wayne, they were all under $250,000.
Oh, they probably went away fast then.
One of them, I couldn't even get to where they had multiple offers on it.
Yeah.
I was just going out with the previous, right, trying to check out.
We gotta remember that number's a little distorted too, because Joe allowed the contingent accepted backup offer. He's very lenient than the former, was James on the board, he knows a little bit about this, the former person did not allow. That's why we had that will coming soon, because James allows you to put contingent, a lot of agents do that, so they continue to get buyer calls. Because it shows active on Zillow, even though it's contingent under, you just have to put the words, the first little marks that it's contingent, accepting backup offers. But that distorts your days on market, because until you go pending, that counts in your DOM.
I don't like it, just for the record.
I agree with him, I don't like it either, because it's not contingent accepting backup offers. And appraisal and inspections are not that type of contingency. Right. Which he can go into further detail, or go to contract class and learn a little more about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're important factors.
And to be clear, contract class Wednesdays at 10 o'clock in person, 1 o'clock Zoom. And I think that link is on the email I send out too, if you need to zoom in.
Correct. Until you go pending or close, that's 4 days on market. That's why it's distorting our data and making it longer. Like you're seeing this over this weekend, houses were selling over the weekend. Like you priced right, this market lit back on fire.
All right, so 4 tied for first steps in building expertise in the market. Funny, they forgot to put 1, 2, 3, 4. Learn the market would be number 1, right?
There we go. And
So know your lore, which is the language of real estate. And know your business. Notice changes over time in your personal business, right? It all starts with the language of real estate. Know how your market is moving and how to communicate this to your buyers and sellers. Ask yourself if there are signs of the market picking up or slowing down. It's also important to track the numbers and reports from your market and how your local numbers and their changes compared to the national market. So as you track the bigger market, track your own business as well. It's like when you use Command to track your leads, appointments, and transactions, you're able to notice trends in your market. These will help you analyze your market, notice any changes over time in your business. Knowing your numbers. Knowledge is power, right? Well, 12-week year, it'll tell you the implementation of knowledge is power. Only knowing it doesn't help you do anything. It is a good book.
Nobody cares what you know until they know that you care.
That's right. That was actually the closing of my TED Talk at the Real Producers thing. That was my last slide. Jim Bradley didn't quite get to that one. He actually clicked halfway through my slides because he didn't know how to work the button. It was funny. I made fun of him. So as you're monitoring the numbers in your market, ask yourself who might benefit from current and future trends and who might be at risk. You know, with your buyers, who are your sellers? Does the market benefit your clients? Does the market put your clients at risk? And this would be by individual clients, right? The market will affect one client differently than another. Notice any trends in what people are saying. New objections might come into the picture, while others aren't as important. You know, recognizing patterns is key to building your expertise. One thing I'll say to that is around real estate, if people are getting their information from the media, it's not going to be accurate, particularly to your local market, right? So we have to be educated on what that is so we can correctly educate people on even what the media is saying and why the media is saying it and why it doesn't affect them in our local market. Does that make sense? We have to remember the media is just trying to get people to watch them. Listen to individuals. Guess whoever made this slide didn't know what the 2 or the 3 button was. Everything's number 1. Go to where your people are, right? Go to where they are. Talk with the people who are learning about the market, your clients and potential clients. And more importantly, listen to them. The knowledge they provide could be very helpful as you make sense of the market and, as importantly, what your clients think of the market. As you make sense of the market, it's just as important that you listen and understand what your clients think. My grandmother said, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listen twice as much as you talk, because you never learn while you're talking. See, this all underlines a key point. Be there, be present, be where your people are. You're guiding your clients through a journey, and that means you need to know where they are and how to best help them. Keep headlines in context. We've kind of already covered this. Where do you suspect that buyers and sellers get their information from? It's going to be social media. It's going to be the news. It's going to be their friends. Make sure you're educated so you can properly educate. Once you figure out where your clients get their information, read what they read and see if you can help them. Always pay attention to your local MLS to stay on top of what's happening in your market. Your clients rely on you to put the market in context for them. I know this is all riveting. Any ahas from that? Nope, okay.
I think it just goes to show you that you gotta stay in touch with your computer.
Always, yeah.
You're not talking to them, but they're just listening to the news.
Yes. It's okay. Dad ears, sorry, can't help it. Nope, we're staying here till 6. We're gonna have class till 6 o'clock today.
No, there's just so much misinformation out there, and obviously the NAR settlement that came out, everybody. It was this big news story that missions were negotiable. They were never set to begin with, but nobody understood that. Nobody understood. So I had people approaching me like, oh, what, are you gonna get out of real estate? Now I'm not gonna be able to make as much money. It's like, no. Every agent charges individually whenever they want to charge for their services.
Yeah, just like they always have.
But if you're not talking to those people, they're just getting it from everybody, and information passes from person to person. Be surprised at how many people do not verify the information if it's you.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. And that's why we have to know so we can educate.
That's like, for instance, I had one, it was when interest rates just went up back in 2022, like right when it happened. And these people were all worried about downsizing because interest rates. They were using cash from their home, they didn't have a loan on their home. It's like, those don't even affect you. Like, what, everyone's worried about these interest rates, I'm like, you're using cash equity from selling this one to buy this one, and they're gonna give you a check, interest rates don't affect you. Oh, I didn't think about that. So you gotta see it, so they only know what you tell them to know. They don't know that they're watching the news, you know, the news, interest rates are high, home sales are gonna go down. And it didn't affect them at all.
Yeah. So here's what it's like getting into the enrichments for your daily success system. So your enrichments could be like study your market center report. Or you're gonna put that as a market report, go preview some homes, right? Just go to open houses, just as an agent. You know, go look at houses. Yeah. Practice showing houses that way. See if a seasoned agent wouldn't mind going with you to help you out. Study the lore, the language of real estate. That just dives deep into the numbers, comparing numbers from market to market. Read the MREA. Knowing that book is, and if you follow that book, you'll win. Again, something else I've said a bunch. I know agents that read that thing 5 times a year. They know it. You know, to the point that I put that up. Somebody, one of his team members came up and asked him, hey, what do I do about this? And he's like, page 137 on the MREA.
That's the Bible.
Yeah, real estate Bible. When you master the MREA and you apply what you've learned from it, you will master your business to the level you want it. 100%.
Who's supposed to do our homework? We haven't seen a door at the bottom.
I have no idea. Well, actually, when she learns, she'll be doing it.
Okay.
Well, we gotta get her there first. All right, so I'm done. I'm done.
Around the applause.
Right.
Good job.
Wait a minute. Because I'm done?
No, because you did a good job.
Oh. Yeah, so what are some ahas about today? I do want to talk about it. And Zoomers, did we get something out of today? Was it, do we like it better doing it this way than just the one class at a time for 20 weeks?
Hey,
What's that?
I think it fulfilled my day.
Yeah. I know sometimes, yeah, well, what's something Brian and I got decided, let's try it this way, see what happens. If we hate it, then we'll change it.
I think it's shorter class, easier this way, longer, you go back and talk about a lot of it more. Just brought up, kind of learning it twice throughout the day, 2 or 3 times.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I'll tell you the reason why we decided this way, because this is the way Bold is. Bold is now 6 weeks. It's from 9 to 3:30. And it's a lot more, actually. And this is kind of a precursor to Bold. Now, Michael, you've taken Bold, would you agree? It's more crammed in on you at a
Yeah,
faster
bold
pace.
is much more intense. Do this first, it'll make bold easier.
Yeah, and-
Bold's 20 a day contacts.
Yeah, 20 a day contacts, yeah. But this will prepare you for Bold without being as intense as Bold. Does that make, because we're going 10 to 3, Bold's 9 to 3:30. Bold is gonna be at least 50% more information. A lot more accountability. And I recommend everybody take Bold every year. And I would say start sticking some money back right now. Cause it's $800. But if you want to, if you have some closings, Monique can hold back some money from your closings. And kind of keep a little budget aside. So that way you don't see it. And you don't try to spend it, and it's there for when you're ready to sign up for Bold. But when in talking, like I said, we went to that Bold class. They said the average student does get 11 deals during Bold if you participate. Right? Because the 47% of the students got 0 results. And that's because they did not participate. So that means 53% of the students probably got 16 to 17 deals as a result of Bold. Because they participated fully like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
So I'll ask that question. If I asked anybody, if you give me $800 in 7 days of your time spread out over 7 weeks, and I'm gonna give you $50,000, is anybody gonna say no?
You're getting more than 4 times your investment.
Yeah, if I tell you, you give me $800 in 7 days, and I'm gonna give you back $15,000, are you gonna say no? No, that's what Bold will do. Your business, every time people take Bold, it just goes up, and goes up, and goes up.
I can tell you what, if we all do this daily success and do this Ignite the way we're talking about it, you'll have the money for Bold and you'll want to pay the money for Bold because you'll do more. Bold's just more tests.
Yeah, any Zoomers got anything you want to add? I appreciate y'all being on. Thank you. And thank you guys for coming, and I do hope I see you all next week. Well, I won't. Brian will be here next week, so you might be excited about that too.
Give yourself more credit, Ben.
What's in it?
Give yourself more credit.
Oh, I just like to have fun. Like, except when it deals with Apple products. Right now, it's just doing whatever it wants to do.
How long are you gonna be alive?
20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Oh, you're out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably meet with Brian here and then I'm gonna head out. Why, do you need something?
I just gotta,